Ladies and gentlemen, dear changemakers, welcome to ChangeNOW. This is our 9th edition already. 9 years of action, 9 years of witnessing, and of contributing to the transformation of this world. To open this edition, I want to take a moment to reflect on the situation and to tell you 3 things. Something about the world, something about ChangeNOW and why this edition matters so much, and something about you and where your contribution can matter the most in the times we are living. The world today is very different from the one we knew when we started ChangeNOW. It is more fragmented, disinformation has exploded, our democracies are weakening, and the geopolitical landscape is under strong tensions, and science is being denied, and climate action being slowed down. Yes, the world has changed. But there's also a lot of things that happened, and a lot of progress has been made. And one of the things I want to mention here is that sustainability, social justice have become a norm. This is a challenge norm, but still a norm. And these are a few numbers to explain that. In 2024, 90% of all new power capacity installed was renewable. 70% of the major global companies have set emissions reduction targets. And if we look at the citizens, 80% of European citizens consider that protection of the environment should be a priority. And this number goes up to 97% in China. In other words, we are millions, if not billions, to adhere to this norm. And I've had the chance to witness this progression year after year. When we started ChangeNOW, it was a real challenge to find 100 solutions and 50 investors. Today here, we are more than 1,000 solutions selected out of many, and we have 1,400 investors, which is totaling more than $9 trillion of assets under management. This is more than in many of the largest tech conferences in the world. So yes, the world has changed, but so have we. We're more numerous, we're more organized. And this leads me to ChangeNOW. Every year when we start thinking and designing a new edition of ChangeNOW, I ask myself and the team a fundamental question. Where will the world be next spring, next year? And how ChangeNOW can be the most useful for that? So the question is, what is important this year? Last year, for example, I wanted ChangeNOW to be the place where we celebrate the 10 years of the Paris Agreement, because it was important to protect and defend the legacy of the COP21. What is important this year is to acknowledge that we have crossed 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries. And to remember that everything is linked, that we need to de-zoom from just the carbon and have a more comprehensive point of view. So we decided to put the planetary boundaries at the core of this edition. And you'll find it, and this is quite an innovation, because this is the first global event in which you can apprehend all the content, all the solutions you will see behind here, all the arts through the lens and the understanding of the planetary boundaries. What is important this year is to fight for truth. By defending science and by developing solutions against disinformation. Because truth is a prerequisite to sensible conversations and to collective action. What is important today is peacekeeping. It is to remember that we are all part of the same planet, of the same nature, of the same humanity, with the beauty of our differences. Here at ChangeNOW, you will see representatives of different religions and faith talk together. You will listen to the testimony of indigenous leaders, and you will see 150 young people working together during the Youth Parliament on democracy. We are also organizing hundreds of bilateral meetings and action-oriented working groups to keep the global agenda moving forward. And beyond the rational part also, ChangeNOW really has a commitment to beauty, to art, to touching your emotions, because we believe that one of the greatest challenges we have is not a change in technology, it is a change in philosophy and values. And this leads me to you, and to an invitation regarding 3 ways you can contribute the most during the summit and beyond. The first one is choose union over division. In a world which is fragmented, we have a choice. Either we accept the situation and we become a fragment ourselves, or we decide to keep together, to work together, build bridges, and be a united force. The second one, offer your help. I love this one. Offer your help. Because it can be a very small thing, like an introduction, a little money, some time, a few minutes. It can feel small to you, but it can make all the difference. Let me tell you a story. 8 years ago, a visitor came to ChangeNOW when we were much smaller. He came with an idea. The idea to create an investment fund for the ocean protection. And he met the right people at ChangeNOW. He found the first millions for his fund. And today, this initiative has become the world's largest private impact fund for ocean restoration. But my story doesn't stop there. Because one day I was talking and I was saying this story, and someone came and see me and told me, I am the one who told him to go to ChangeNOW. So just a suggestion, a little nudge, and look at the consequences. Third and last invitation. In a world which values speed, maximization, optimization, act with generosity. There is no regeneration without generosity. A regenerative world needs us to leave space for others. It needs us to think more in terms of created and shared value than just in captured value. And nature teaches us that. If we take beekeeping, if you take all the honey from the hive, the colony will die over winter. The beekeeper always leaves some honey in the hive. This is what I wanted to tell you today. Change can happen as long as there is just one person to believe in it. And here I see thousands, and beyond those walls we are millions. So make the most of the 3 days here, 3 days of action, hope, and humanity. Every conversation, every help, every nudge counts. And many impact and beautiful stories will be written here. We invite you to write yours. This is how change will happen. ChangeNOW 2026 is now open.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure and excitement to see you all here, all gathered for this new edition of ChangeNOW. I would like to thank Santiago for his inspiring words, and even more, for the hopeful vision he shares with us every day. Now, let me guide you in the behind the scenes of ChangeNOW, of our impact and our commitments. Santiago just mentioned the story of the Ocean Protection Fund, right? Well, stories like that, over the past 9 years, we've collected hundreds. Because we're not here just to talk about change. We are here to make it happen. And I'll share with you a few stories. Stories of last year alone. Thanks to last year's summit, 12,000 children now have access to clean drinking water in Uganda, following an encounter between a startup and institutionals. The nature-based coalition was formed here at ChangeNOW 2025 and is now actively engaging with the United Nations and with the European Union to promote high credibility, nature-based carbon credits in support of the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Exhibiting innovators told us that around 57% of their leads were generated here at ChangeNOW, and some raised funds with investors they met during the summit. So all those stories, and actually many more, are shared in our new impact report, which I invite you to explore during the summit, or right now, by scanning this QR code. Now, our action don't stop to the summit. What started as an event has grown into a global movement, active year-long. Across the world, ChangeNOW hubs are emerging to gather the local impact ecosystem, to scale their solutions, and to address their regional challenges. All this thanks to ChangeNOW-inspired local events. And I am very proud to announce that this year we are having 4 new ChangeNOW hubs in Sao Paulo, Istanbul, Tunis, and Bangalore. At the same time, we are joining forces with other impactful events to combine our event and editorial expertise with our global impact network to amplify their impact. In June, we will co-organize the World Living Soils Forum with Mouettensi, and in August, the French Conference on Responsible Economy with the Mouvement Impact France. So, this is what we do. But how we do it also defines us. We strive to walk the talk, to lead a new generation of events that combine modernity, inspiration, impact, but that are also profoundly eco-responsible, to show that eco-responsibility is not an option anymore. It is the standard. Thanks to our zero-waste policy, during the summit, we will avoid 150,000 disposable cups and plates. 94% of all the materials you see here in the summit will be reused, repurposed, or recycled. And for those who were here last year, just a question. Do you recognize this central medallion? It was part of last year's iconic central installation in the center of the summit. And here, today, we have given him a second life as the centerpiece of this beautiful stage, surrounded by fully eco-produced scenography, crafted simply from unprinted, recyclable cardboard. So yeah, beauty, modernity matches with eco-responsibility. Sustainable food will also be part of your experience at ChangeNOW. You'll eat tasty, low-carbon menus. And after the summit, we will measure the full carbon footprint, and we will offset it entirely through contribution to nature-based solutions. So last but not least, we also want this summit to be inclusive. We will bring here more than 200 people, young people, from underserved areas to show them that they have a place in this transition. We will organize guided tours for visually impaired participants. And on the Wednesday afternoon, doors will open to children. So all those shared commitments earned us last year the prestigious grand prize of the event CREA Awards. But the greatest recognition we receive, thank you. But the greatest recognition we receive is not an award. It is what we feel. The hope we feel of seeing you all here gathered to drive systemic change, positive change. The hope we see, the hope we feel seeing that a sustainable world isn't just possible, it is being built. The hope we feel knowing that you will leave this place empowered to act. Last year, 75% of participants left ChangeNOW feeling capable of taking action. You were less than 50% before you entered the summit. So here is my wish for today, for this summit. Oops, sorry. My wish is that we beat that record. And so I wish you a very impactful and inspiring summit. Thank you very much. Just before, let me introduce you to someone, and that's a surprise for her. Let me introduce you to someone who has been on ChangeNOW stage since day one, since our very first edition. Her talent, her energy, makes every conversation insightful, engaging, and truly alive. So please join me in welcoming Novelda Vincenzi.
Hello, 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 hello! What did you expect? She said I have energy. I have to follow that up. How are you doing? Oh, come on, it's day one. We're back. How's everybody doing? Okay, we're getting there. I think you were used to just listening to words flow over you, and then I came out and expected some audience engagement, and that's thrown you a little bit off guard. Yes, clearly it has. Okay, who's here for the very first time? Like, hands up. Very, very first ChangeNOW. Welcome to the 9th edition. Welcome to your first one. Who here, maybe like me, this might be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th time at ChangeNOW? Welcome back. It's wonderful to be here. As you'd imagine, over 9 years, a lot has changed. Some things individual. I'll give you an example. I remember about year 2, I really struggled to say the words regenerative agriculture. Don't exactly roll off the tongue, you know, so that's my contribution. I've moved on since then. Some more collective. 9 years ago, things like net zero was a fringe idea, and now it's part of the lexical. Whether we're talking governments, companies, etc., it's become something that's moved from fringe to move to something that everybody's taking part in. And some a little bit more sobering, because we do still have quite a long way to go. Which brings us to a very good place to start. Where are we now? So our next speaker is the world's leading climate scientist. He's worked to shape how we understand where we are right now against planetary boundaries. He'll be helping us to dive in and understand exactly where are we today, and what does that mean for us here on? Please give a very warm ChangeNOW. I'm expecting you to, I'm preparing you, right? Please give a very warm ChangeNOW round of applause for the director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate and Impact Research, Professor Johan Rockström.
Good morning, and great to be with you here to give you a scientific update on why we are today in a position where we scientifically and unequivocally have to conclude that we are at risk of destabilizing the entire planet, our own home, planet Earth, the life support, the resilience, and the stability of everything we depend on in the social economy, everything we depend on for security, for resilience, for jobs, for the economy, but also for everything we love, everything we connect with, everything we cherish, everything we want to hand over to our children and to the future of humanity. This is the time step when we're putting this at risk. I'll now give you an update of the science on this, the 3 strands of science that brings us to why we need to define and quantify a safe operating space for humanity on Earth, that we are deep into the Anthropocene, that the Holocene is the reference point of the desired planet we depend on, and that tipping points are not only real, they are very close, and they would push us on a drift away from the stability that we all depend on. Because this is quite dire science, let me just say also from the very beginning my closing remark, namely, despite all this darkness, despite all the scientific evidence of risk, the window is still open. Science concludes that the Earth system is remarkably able to still provide dampening, cooling feedbacks. That means that we can still turn this around. The transformation and a safe landing for humanity is still possible. And not only that, if we scale sustainable solutions, we have empirical evidence that we will all be winners in the other end, that we come out stronger, we come out healthier, we come out with better security and better modern welfare opportunities for development. So this is the story. It's like an action movie. We are moving towards Mordor, but we can turn this around and shift gears towards Rivendell. And the evidence starts, of course, with the fact that, yes, we are in the Anthropocene. No, sorry, we're not in the Anthropocene. We're deep into the Anthropocene, because the curves of exponential rise, not only are they well verified, what you see here on the screen, from the mid-1950s, we kick off this exponential rise of pressures. We're on the top of these curves, but we're also deep into the Anthropocene because we haven't bent the curves yet, and science is getting really nervous, based particularly on what you see on the screen here. On the left-hand side, you have air temperature from 5 independent sources. We are now just experiencing crashing through the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit, the boundary beyond which we are at risk of pushing tipping points across thresholds, the Paris Agreement limit. But not only that, dear friends, to the right-hand side you see sea surface temperatures in the ocean. Both of these data sets show the following pattern: accelerated warming the last decade. Now, this has been debated back and forth over the past few months. 2 weeks ago, a paper was published in the Geophysical Research Letters statistically confirming this trend. I'm sorry to say the planet is starting to show weakness. We're starting to see the first signs of a planet that is not able to buffer the heat injection caused by our burning of fossil fuels. The planet is starting to lose carbon uptake capacity in nature on land. We see a darkening planet because of melting ice. We see more cloud dynamics, which has a net warming effect. We see, unfortunately, a planet that is not tipping over, but showing worrying signs of weakness. Now, unfortunately, the curves continue rising. What you see here is the latest update, that carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, all curves continue, unfortunately, rising. We haven't even turned the corner yet. And the curve to the lower left-hand corner is the one that is most of concern today. That's the energy imbalance. That's the heat in the pipeline. That is the fact that we still have a debt that is accumulating because the planet is absorbing so much heat, which is not yet released into the atmosphere. Now, overall, this implies, if we can get to the next slide, this implies that we need to consider real risks of undermining the stability. And what is the stability we depend on? Well, that is very reassuring. Science can today show that the Holocene, the interglacial equilibrium state of the planet since we left the last ice age 18,000 years ago, is our Garden of Eden. It is the state of the planet that we all depend on. It's the state of the planet when we've developed civilizations as we know it. I call this today the corridor of life. The corridor of life has plenty of data behind it today. And you see the data on the screen here showing the past 18,000 years. The 18,000 years, global mean surface temperature on the y-axis. The 0 point is the 14 degrees Celsius average temperature before we start entering the great industrial revolution. Look at the stability of temperatures on Earth. It's a 14 degrees Celsius planet plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius. Can you believe it? Maximum variability, 0.5 degrees Celsius. That is the corridor of life. It's within this corridor that we left ice ages as hunters and gatherers. We domesticated animals and plants, went through the Neolithic Revolution, and moved on to the modernization civilizational journey as we know it today. And now we are following a pathway that will take us to 3 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. Dear friends, that will be winding back the climate clock, not 1 million years, not 2 million years, but over 3 million years. We will be pushing ourselves outside of the Quaternary. The third and final, now that we know the reference point for the desired planet, is that tipping points are hardwired by geophysical systems that regulates the state of the planet. These tipping points are real, they're hardwired. We've mapped 16 of them through the climate tipping element systems, and that is what you see on the screen here. 6 of them are up in the Arctic region. One of them is the AMOC, I'll come back to that, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. You see the Amazon rainforest as one of them, also 3 down in Antarctica, and 1 which is today at highest risk, the tropical coral reef systems. We have actually mapped the risks of these 16 in terms of temperature. What you see in red here is the uncertainty range in science. Admittedly, we don't have exact, precise points of tipping, but the dots here is the median risk level in the published evidence of research. Now, the top 6 here are those that are at risk, likely to cross their tipping points already at 1.5 degrees Celsius. Just look at that list. The Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, abrupt thawing of permafrost, collapse of tropical coral reef systems, collapse of the Barents Sea ice, collapse of the Labrador Sea ice. These are big biophysical systems that I today define as the new global commons. We also have 2 of them, which I'll come back to, which are climate scientifically considered to be at low risk up until 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, the Amazon rainforest and the Atlantic overturning of heat. The dilemma is that scientifically, this is not the correct assessment if we bring in a planetary boundary assessment. But first of all, let me just conclude, unfortunately, that here we have victim number 1. Tropical coral reef systems with very narrow uncertainty is very likely to cross thresholds of collapse when we exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are today in the 4th global bleaching event. Over 80% of tropical coral reef systems are affected by this bleaching event, which is increasing in frequency. We are already having this warning signal. This is the livelihood base for over 400 million people, depending on these systems. The second one where we have to do correctness in science is this one. The Amazon basin, planet Earth's richest terrestrial ecosystem on land. What you see in red here is deforestation, which has reached 17% today, eating itself from the southeast to the northwest. Well, science, as I mentioned, showed risk of climate warming to push the system irreversibly to become a degraded bush savanna at 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. But if you factor in the planetary boundaries of biodiversity loss, of changes in hydrology, and deforestation, the temperature risks go down to between 1 and 2 degrees. Can you imagine? We're very close to pushing the Amazon basin across a tipping point. That would have tremendous impacts on freshwater supply across the South American continent, but also this is a system that holds 100 gigatons of carbon. It's over 10 years of emissions. It's a service to humanity. And here you have the AMOC. The AMOC is the great overturning system, regulating the heat conveyor belt in one part of the ocean system. We know from experience, from science, that if it collapses, it has an on-off switch. It has collapsed before. Over the last 100,000 years, it's happened several times. If it would flip, it would accelerate warming across the world. It would change the monsoon systems, and it would lead to an abrupt cooling, as you see in blue here, in the Arctic region. It would be an unacceptable impact for the world at large. Now, science today shows that this, therefore, have come to a point where the risks are no longer a low likelihood event. In the latest IPCC assessment, there was no quantifications of the risk of an AMOC collapse because we didn't have enough evidence. 5 years later, today, we have several scientific papers, you have the latest ones on the screen, showing that there is unfortunately between 1 and 10% likelihood of a collapse, a shutdown of the AMOC within this century, which would be an unacceptable outcome for all of us, irrespective of where we live on planet Earth. So there we are. It gives us a very high degree of certainty that we need to act. This is the conclusion from the science. We're in the Anthropocene. The Holocene is our reference point for the desired planet. Tipping points are real and coming very dangerously close. We therefore need a planetary boundary framework where we try to answer two questions. What are then the environmental processes that regulate the stability, the resilience and life support on Earth? Those are the 9 planetary boundary systems. If we're stewards of them, we have a good chance of keeping the planet in the state that we all depend on. And for each one of these, we quantify control variables, scanning off the science to quantify safe boundary levels, which gives us the green safe operating space. Push yourselves outside of that and you enter the yellow zone, which is the uncertainty range in science. I call that the danger zone. Things can go wrong, but it's in uncertainty. And beyond that, it's a high risk, high likelihood in red of causing damage. And as already been stated here, the latest assessment, which you see on the screen here, is that 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries are outside of the safe space. It's therefore no surprise to us in science that the planet is showing weakness, because we're doing a double mistake. We're causing a global climate crisis and at the same time weakening nature's capacity to buffer that stress by losing on biodiversity, on fresh water, on land, on nitrogen, on phosphorus, on air pollutants, and on the ocean. That is this challenge we're facing. We're therefore ramping up the game scientifically, coming out every year with a planetary health check report, updating the planetary boundary science. We're bringing Mother Earth to the doctor for a full screen every year. This screening, which we do with a blood sample test equivalent, confirms that 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries have exceeded their safe green space. It's only air pollutants that are moving in the right direction, the stratospheric ozone layer, and we're just now breaching the ocean acidification boundary. And here comes the concluding slide from where I began. We've now been able to integrate all this into one assessment on patient Mother Earth. And this is, well, you should have it on the screen here. This is the verdict. We're outside of the green space. Dear friends, we are in danger. We are at risk of destabilizing the planet. But as you see, we are still in the yellow zone. We haven't yet moved the entire planet into the high-risk red zone, which leads to the conclusion that the window is still open to turn things around. The planet is still remarkably able to regenerate and to provide us with the buffering that we need. We're now, therefore, at a point where we start, or where we really need to act very rapidly. What's the journey ahead then? Well, here you have the journey ahead. This is the climate journey from the IPCC assessments to hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius line. Unfortunately, we cannot do this through no overshoot. The blue lines are no longer open because we have failed so far to bend the curve of emissions. The best we can do are the magenta lines, which means we will be inevitably overshooting 1.5 degrees Celsius within the next 3 to 5 years, breaching the planetary boundary. But we can still turn this around and bring us back to within 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. It will lead to more extreme events, so be prepared. More droughts, more floods, more heat waves, more fires. But we can bring this back. But the only way to bring it back is by staying within the global carbon budget, which is now down to 130 billion tons of carbon dioxide. But also, and that is my concluding message to you, that won't be enough to just phase out fossil fuels to a net zero world economy by 2050, which you see in gray. You also need a food system transformation from the dark wedge, the dark brown wedge, to the orange-red wedge, which is a green revolution. It's an enormous transition from a food system that is today the primary source of emissions to become a net sink of emissions. But we can do it, the solutions are there. But then we also need to start scaling carbon dioxide removal technologies, the yellow wedge on the screen, and look at the green and blue. We have to maintain the capacity of the planetary boundaries in nature to continue sucking out carbon to bring us back within a 1.5 degrees Celsius boundary. It is, dear friends, a global sustainability transformation. Nothing less is required, and the planetary boundaries can guide this journey, which is a journey of safety. It's a journey of resilience. It's a journey, quite frankly, of habitability on planet Earth, and it's in our time step that this will be determined. Thank you very much.
No problem. I'm back. I'm about to bring some of my friends out. I'm curious, has anybody heard of, I'm showing my age a little bit, did anybody grow up with a program called Captain Planet? By a show of hands. You know which one? Okay, so there was this program I grew up with as a kid, and it might not have been in France, I don't know. It's called Captain Planet, and it had a guy called Captain Planet and his Planeteers. And the theme song, I'm about to embarrass myself here because I'm about to sing. The theme song went like this. Captain Planet, he's a hero, gonna take pollution down to zero. He's a power magnified, and he's fighting on the planet side. And the thing about Captain Planet is he had Planeteers. Now, you're gonna have to go back and watch this. But the next segment, we're going to have real-life Planeteers, except, you know, we had to give it a grown-up name, so they're called Planetary Guardians. But effectively, they're Planeteers, right? So I'm going to invite them to come and join us here on stage. So the Planetary Guardians is essentially a global initiative bringing together leaders in science, business, policy, and indigenous leaders to make sure that the science is actually being implemented upon. And we've got 3 of them here with us today. And I'm going to do my best to call them Planetary Guardians and not Planeteers, because the 5-year-old version of me wants to call them Planeteers. So I'm going to welcome them to stage. Firstly, we're going to welcome back Johan Rockström. We're also going to have the co-vice chair of the Planetary Guardians, Paul Pullman, as well as the chair of Planetary Guardians and the founder and president of the Association of Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad, Hindu Imaru Ibrahim. Please give them all a warm round of applause. If you sit here. Welcome, Planetary Guardians. I'm very excited to have you here. Paul, I'm going to start with you because there'll be a number of people in the room who've taken my very bastardized version of what it is that Planetary Guardians do and may not have heard of the concept of a Planetary Guardian before. So for those individuals, can you give us a very brief overview of who you are and what the work is that you do?
So you've heard Johan Rockström and the planetary boundaries, not different from human health. When we look at human health, we look at blood pressure, we look at body mass, we look at lung capacity, etc. So the Stockholm Resilience Institute has defined these 9 planetary boundaries, and as you've heard from Johan, 7 already are outside of the acceptable limit. So unfortunately, if you look at the real actions of people in society, we don't internalize this data at the speed that is needed right now. Only 5% of companies, for example, discuss nature-related risk at board level. So we have a big gap there. The role of the planetary guardians is very simply to translate the science, if I put it that way, into action. What can we learn from this? So it means in every policy that the government does, we need to take that planetary science into account. In every business decision that is taken, you need to understand what your effects are or what positive contributions you can make. One of the things we advocate for example, is a chief planetary scientist, so that every government decision is taken through an angle of these 9 planetary boundaries. Things we're advocating for is money to flow in this direction. You know, we're only spending about $35 billion on nature restoration, but $5 trillion business spends on destroying nature. So that equation needs to change. We need about $1.3 trillion for the emerging markets to attack this issue, this burning issue. So how can we get focus on that? Now, the overall outcome, for example, of Johan's work is to get an index so that every country can see, and hopefully at one point in time, every business, am I a net contributor or am I a net taker? And we know on what side of the equation we would like to be.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that description. So I would love to hear from each of you as guardians of the planet in terms of what exactly are some of the things that you're focusing on at the moment. Hindu, I'd love to hear from you first.
Sure. Firstly, bonjour Paris, and good morning all the ChangeNOW peoples. I wanted to start by saying we are all guardians. That's what we are caring about it. That's why we are here, because we are the guardian of the planet. But mostly, indigenous peoples are the guardian of the most ecosystem that are keeping our planet in balance. And planetary guardians are focusing, of course, on the science, as what Johan said and Paul, but we are also focusing on people, because you cannot make any solution without peoples, and particularly the indigenous peoples. So what we are doing, we are focusing on the 3 basin. Amazon, of course, is important. Congo Basin is important. And then the Asia's forest is important. But all those forests are guardianing by indigenous peoples. So how we are using the indigenous people's knowledge, indigenous people's wisdom, to put that into the practices. When we go on the ground, we know how we can protect the most various ecosystem that we have. And secondly, we are also focusing on how we can make the phase out fossil fuel a reality. Of course, most of you hear about the Santa Marta that is coming for the roadmap. And of course, we are living in the time where now the oil become a big issue, from the war to the pocket of the peoples that who have to pay more expensive. So how we can make the transition in an equitable way, in a justice way, how we can make these transitions to get out from the fossil fuel, but also do not damage our environment. And thirdly, how we are focusing also on the finance, as he said, channeling the finance to the action. We know money is there, it have to change the way, from all the bad investment to the green investment, and to the hand of the communities that are doing more.
Fabulous. So 3 core areas: finance, indigenous people, and moving away from fossil fuels. Paul, what's some of the things that you're focusing on at the moment?
Just a few things this week. First of all, we need to get it more and higher on the corporate agenda. So we're looking at reporting requirements and how we can move that forward. Sort of an incentive that you want to do. Secondly, the role of boards. Boards are very important in this case. And we want them to be at least a little bit more knowledgeable than currently is happening. And then last but not least, we look at the broader portfolio transformations. When these business models need to become truly net positive, business struggles with that. There are many different things coming at them. I don't need to tell you that. So how can we snap out of that and look at the bigger picture and move that forward faster? So it will be a very productive few days.
Fantastic. I love that for you as well, because your background coming from corporate. For those who don't know, Paul used to be the CEO of Unilever for 10 years. So that background really does put you in a brilliant position to be able to support the get corporates on board. And Johan, beyond what you've already shared, what else are you focusing on?
Yeah, let me begin with just to say that I think in my professional life, there's never been a moment when it's more important to have the voice of science brought forward very clearly, because we are facing so much disinformation and a new denialism and attempts policy-wise to backtrack also from even committed ambition levels on the climate transition, for example. So just engaging like we're doing here and having the privilege as scientists to work with guardians and with actors outside of academia is more important than ever. So all scientists in the room, I think you agree that holding hands at this time is more important than ever. And we are working very hard on Hindu's point about the follow-up at COP30 in Belém, where the Brazilian presidency tried really hard to get the roadmap on accelerating the phase-out on fossil fuels, where we are now setting up a science panel to support the Santa Marta process. Let's see how that goes, but that's one of the lights in the tunnels as we see it. But finally, we're also doing a lot of research on trying to get the planetary health check that Paul was referring to even more, let's say, digestible and usable and translated to operational opportunities for businesses, for cities, for financial institutions around the world.
Wonderful, lots of great work going on there as well. We don't have a lot of time to talk today, but I know all three of you are really embedded in a lot of the agenda for ChangeNOW over the next few days. So really quickly, can you name one or two places that people can get your pens and paper ready, where people can come and find you for more information? I'll start with you, Hindu, and then we'll go up the line.
Sure, I really invite you to join the panel on science that is going to happen this afternoon, but I also will speak on water. So water is the basic things that everyone must access, but now it is under threat. Then I will speak on the energy. So not we need only energy for the car, but we need energy for agriculture, we need energy for food, we need energy for cooking. So please join us there, and I will be very happy to discuss about indigenous peoples, planetary guardian, and all those thematics.
Are those all today?
Today and tomorrow.
Today and tomorrow, so there's two. You can check in the app to find precisely when those times are. Johan, where else can people find you?
Well, there is a session at 1:45 on business within planetary boundaries that I'm actually not speaking at, but I really encourage you to go to it. But in parallel to that, I'll be on a session specifically focusing on the fossil fuel phase-out. I think it's here.
Okay, so there's a fossil fuels, and that's today, tomorrow? Today. So you can come back here today to see Johan. And Paul, where can people find you?
Here for the next 3 days. Unlike Hindu, I don't walk around in all the beautiful colors, but you can find me. Just look for the guy with the beard, and we'll direct you to the sessions or the discussions that you want to have. We need all of you.
So 3 days, easy to find. And finally, just to wrap up, what's one thing that you'd like people to take away from the conversations that they have here, or how would you encourage people to engage whilst they're here at ChangeNOW? Johan, I'll start with you this time.
Well, I think that the biggest help that we need in science is to get more empirical evidence that sustainability investments make sense from an economic, social, and resilience perspective. We talk a lot about that, but we don't have full quantitative empirical evidence. So any help and learning experiences there would be very helpful, because we will continue to do the risk assessments, but we also need to have more evidence of how the transition makes us all into the more resilient and winning societies that we're all aiming for. But we cannot talk about this anymore, as we know, as a moral imperative only. It is, but it's not only. It has to also have pragmatic, direct benefits for economies, for people, for livelihoods across the world, which we know it has, but we need to bring forward that empirical evidence even further. And we cannot do that alone as academics.
Wonderful. And Hindu, in like a sentence or two, because I'm running out of time, how would you suggest people engage with ChangeNOW to make the most out of these 3 days?
Maybe a wording, not even sentence. Just to get out from your comfort zone. Be bold. Take a risk. And change now as we have it.
Get out of your comfort zone, be bold, and take a risk. And finally, Paul, if you were to leave us with one bit of wisdom in how we should launch into these 3 days.
So the goal is very simple here coming out of this panel. You know, the planet is the backbone of economy and all of our lives. I think what we all realize, and we're talking here to people that are probably converted already, that we're integrally linked and we cannot destroy what keeps us alive. So the momentum is being created on the energy transition, where we really see this being accelerated by the pure economics of the case. You know, not as much with the political willpower, but the economics are definitely driving it. Can we create that same momentum on nature restoration? We actually have a shorter period of time, but we have a much faster return on our investments if we do this. Good for business, good for governments, good for the planet, good for all of us.
It's good for all of us. Thank you all so much. Our planetary guardians, please give them a warm round of applause. And then finally, to close things off, we're going to shift our focus from where we are to how we respond. By now, we all realize that none of this change happens in a silo. It requires global cooperation and a shared responsibility at scale. And that's exactly what our next speaker is getting ready to cover. She's the president of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Please give a warm round of applause and welcome to the stage Her Excellency Razan Khalifi Al Mubarak.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me a few moments to present a few words of gratitude to the organizers. My sincere thanks goes to Santiago and, of course, Rose May and the entire ChangeNOW team for really convening this remarkable gathering here in Paris. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Johan Rockström for grounding us so clearly in the science of planetary boundaries, and to Paul Pullman and Hindu Ibrahim for helping translate that science into action and leadership. Distinguished guests, the perspectives we've heard this morning from science, from business, from indigenous leadership, remind us that the future of our planet, indeed our future, will depend on our ability to work not only across sectors, but also across geographies and across cultures. Bringing together innovators, scientists, policymakers, artists, civil society from across the world is exactly the kind of coalition our moment demands. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a moment when the world is facing significant tension and great uncertainty. Yet, the environmental challenges before us, climate change, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem degradation continue to accelerate. These crises do not pause for political cycles or geopolitical rivalries. Instead, they are a reminder on how deeply connected our futures truly are. At moments like these, gatherings such as this take an even greater meaning. We don't gather because all is well. We come together because we believe things can and must be better. And because we're willing to work together to create something different and to create something of greater collective value. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Rockström reminded us this morning that the Earth has limits, bound by planetary boundaries, and that the stability of our climate, of our oceans, of our forests, and the diversity of life on Earth cannot continue to be taken for granted. Science helps us understand these limits, but what happens next is not about science, it is about the choices that we make together. And it is especially in moments like these that we see clearly that climate, nature, energy, societies, and finance are not separate conversations. Indeed, they're all interconnected, but they are not equal. They're not equal in our attention, they're not equal in our investment, and they are not equal in our care. Furthermore, the reality is that nature cannot change, but it will and be affected by all that I have just mentioned. But energy sources, markets, financial systems, supply chains, economies are actually all human constructs and the results of our own choices and our creativity, or perhaps sometimes the lack of our creativity. These we can change. We can reinvent into systems that include both nature and people. It is time to recognize that nature is central to our economy, to our stability, and to our humanity. And this belief has been the foundation of the work and mission of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature for the past 75 years. Today, IUCN brings together more than 1,400 members from both government and civil society. It brings together more than 18,000 scientists from nearly every country around the world. It offers an alternative model of multilateral cooperation. And at the most recent IUCN World Conservation Congress, hosted in Abu Dhabi, this global community came together to adopt new resolutions, to adopt a 20-year strategic vision moving forward, and to adopt a 4-year program of work. These decisions are not abstract, they're tied to particular timelines. By 2030, the world has committed to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and to protect 30% of our oceans and land. However, like many of us in this room, I am worried that these trajectories are not going to be met. Across the world, we've seen what good cooperation looks like, but we've also seen its limitations. We need a more holistic community, like perhaps the one gathered in this room, not only to find solutions, but perhaps to reinvent a new social paradigm and vision to carry us forward. As we've all heard in the opening, nature reminds us that our interests are deeply intertwined and shared. It also reminds us that even in difficult times, there is still reason for optimism when cooperation remains possible. So over the coming days, let us carry the spirit forward. And as president of IUCN, I'm committed to ensuring that we choose a clear path, one that respects our responsibilities, our shared ambitions for both nature and for people. Because ultimately, we only have one planet, its future, and our future is in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Razan. We're almost there. So, as we close, I invite you to all take a moment to look around. This room here is filled with people from all around the world, from all different parts of this work. These are people who are financing, who are researching, legislating, creating, coordinating, advocating, and leading in this space. These aren't people who are sat on the sidelines waiting for change to happen. We've got a room full of people who are making that change happen. So you're faced with a really rare opportunity, and I invite you over the next few days to be bold, to show up, to have the conversations, to make the connections, and to lean in. Because as we've all heard, the world needs us right now to change now. Enjoy the rest of Change Now. My name's been Lavalda Vincenzi. Have a fabulous 3 days. See you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Give me a big yes. Great, I'm glad we're still awake. I know this is the lunchtime slot, so I'm very happy to hear that you're here for this extremely important panel, probably one of the most important panels we're going to be doing for the whole 3 days, because it's all about fossil fuels, which obviously is the buzzword of the moment, as it should be. So if you haven't met me before, my name's Maeve Campbell. I'm a climate journalist based in London, and I'm very happy to be here today. So today we're going to be having a 3-part conversation, like the rest of the day. So it's going to be a keynote, then a panel, and then a fireside chat after that. And it's all about how, when, and how we can actually phase out fossil fuels, and realistically as well, in a time frame. Obviously, as I'm sure you all know, coal, oil, and gas together are responsible for 80% of all global emissions. So this is why this is the most important conversation we can be having today. Most of you might also be aware that at COP30 this year in Belém, in Brazil, the outcome failed to include a fossil fuel phase-out. In fact, it even failed to include a reference to fossil fuels. So what happened after that? 2 countries came together, Colombia and the Netherlands, and they decided that it was time to create a dedicated fossil fuel conference. For the very first time ever, outside of the UN COP framework, there's now going to be a dedicated fossil fuel conference, and it's happening this month, in a few weeks, in northern Colombia, in the city of Santa Marta. So today we're going to be talking about that conference, unpacking what's going to happen, what's going to be achieved, and building momentum ahead of such an important event. So first of all, we're going to hear a keynote from someone that you probably will all recognize. Second of all, we'll move on to a rather star-studded panel with, again, someone that you will have seen already this morning. And lastly, I'm going to be having a fireside chat with a woman I've wanted to meet personally for a very, very long time, and whose memoir, her book, We Will Not Be Saved, I've just personally finished reading. So you're in for a treat today. And first, please can you welcome to the stage the South African environmental rights activist and president of the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, Kumi Naidoo.
Hello, everybody. I want to start with a pop quiz. 3 quiz questions. The first one, doesn't look like it's working. Oh, there we go. But before I start, let me just make a confession that I'm extremely nervous. Much more nervous than when I was a 15-year-old activist fighting apartheid, and the reason for that can be captured in this story. Speaking to a group of foundations in the United States a couple years ago, during the Q&A, a very upset delegate put up a hand and said, Kumi, do you know who Martin Luther King was? And I said, yes, of course. He inspired many people in my country, South Africa, when we were fighting apartheid. And then she said, do you know what his most famous speech was called? And I said, I have a dream, but I said it very gently because I thought it was a trick question. And she shouted back at me. She said, yes, it was I have a dream. But when I hear you speak, it sounds like you have a bloody nightmare. The forests are disappearing, the oceans are rising, and so on. Therein lies the biggest challenge of the moment that we find ourselves in. How can we speak truth to power on the one hand and not sanitize the fact that humanity is on a suicidal trajectory? But how can we do that simultaneously in a way that also does not immobilize, despair, and make people feel that participation in the struggle for climate justice is something not worth doing? So the first pop quiz question is, where are we in terms of addressing the challenge of climate crisis? I'm going to give you 3 options. Option 1, no reason to panic. We can trust our governments and businesses to deliver. Don't laugh so much there in the middle. Option 2 is we are in a deep crisis, but the window of opportunity is still there, and it is within human ingenuity, creativity and innovation that we can broaden that window and move away from the path that we're on. Option 3 is, if I can use a sentence from Afrikaans, which is a language we use in South Africa, derived from Dutch. Rather than reading those boring words there, option 3 is, ons is deep, deep, deep in the kak. Okay? So, how many of you think it's option 1? Put your hands up. You think our governments will deliver? Okay, our governments will deliver and no reason to panic. Okay, at least one person is optimistic. How many of you think it's option 2? Look around you to see who's putting up, not who's putting up their hands, but how many hands are up. And now option 3. Okay. So this is roughly the answer I get mostly when I pose this. But let me just say to you right at the outset, the moment of history that we find ourselves in, pessimism is a luxury we simply cannot afford. And the pessimism that justifiably emerges from our analysis, our lived experiences, and our observations can, must, and should be responded to by the optimism of our thought, our action, our creativity, and our courage. And I want to quote my friend Runa Khan from Bangladesh, who told me a few minutes ago, she said, 1 optimist is equal to 100,000 pessimists. So I hope each of you here, irrespective of how big the challenge is able to feel a sense of optimism. We have a crisis in climate, a crisis of meaning and a crisis of language. We have been for far too long in a situation where social media, disinformation, artificial intelligence, and rising authoritarianism has laid waste to our collective conceptions of the good and the moral. On the issue of climate change, we are facing a crisis of language. This has allowed technical language to become a smokescreen for moral invasion. We hear a lot about orderly transitions, net zero pathways, decarbonization curves. But we must ask the question, orderly for whom? Just for whom? If the transition is orderly for investors, but chaotic for workers, if it is efficient for corporations, but devastating for communities, then I will say, and I hope all of you will join me, this is not the pathway we need. Our global energy system was built on extraction of resources, of labor, of land, from the global south particularly. And now, when the planet is in crisis, we are told to transition, but often without the economy, the technology, or the political power to do so in a way which betters the lives of our people. Second pop quiz. How many people, of all the people that exist in the world, what percentage of people live in the global south versus lives in the global north? Just shout out your answer. 65, you need to go up. 80, guess what I'm going to say to her? You got to go up. 88. 80, no, it's more than 80. I gave the answer, it's 88%. And by the way, on this, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and Gemini all agree. They might all be wrong, but they all agree. Okay, but basically, I just want to ask you to keep that in your mind, because I want to bring something that's very uncomfortable for me to do, as a person from the Global South. So I'm going to ask you a question. How many of you in this gathering travel on a passport from a country that is seen as part of the Global South? Please raise your hands. Just look around you. And I just want to make this point with much love and sympathy. We can have the right conversations, but if you don't have 88% of the people in the room, we must acknowledge their absence, and we must try to bring into our conversations their absence. And of course, what we need to do is to make sure that eventually they are in the room. Technology. So basically, 86% of what is driving fossil fuels is oil, coal, and gas. We've known this all along. And I want to give you a very simple story of why we have been failing for more than 30 years. So imagine one day you wake up in the morning, you rush off to work, and you come home at the end of the day, you open the door and you see there's some water coming out of the bathroom. And as you pass the kitchen, you pick up the mop and you proceed to the bathroom. You open the door in the bathroom and you see, oh, when I was rushing to work in the morning, I left the stopper on and the tap was dripping and it filled up over the day. When you're faced with this scenario, what do? Do you start mopping the floor first, or do you turn off the tap first? Of course, we would turn off the tap first. And for 30 years, we've been mopping the floor without turning off the gas. So let's be turning off the tap. So be very clear. If your activism is now, or your efforts are not leading to us stopping what is driving the climate crisis, then we are kidding ourselves that we are making an effort. So led by countries in the Global South, we have been pushing for a treaty to stop the extraction, production, and use of fossil fuels. Now let me be very clear. Our critics would like to say, oh, these guys are unrealistic, they're saying it must be closed down. None of us are saying it can happen tomorrow. But what we are saying is we need a plan. We need a plan that is fast, fair, and funded. Because year after year after year, we've been going to the COPs. In Copenhagen in 2009, we were calling for a fab deal. Not a fabulous deal, but a fair, ambitious, and binding deal. And each year, what we get is a FLAB deal, F-L-A-B, full of loopholes, and you can decide what the B stands for. So the good news is countries in the Global South are taking the lead. Here we have the president of Vanuatu saying, we call for the development of a fossil fuel treaty to phase out coal, oil, and gas production in line with the 1.5 degree Celsius and enable a global just transition for every worker, community, and a nation with fossil fuel dependence. The third pop quiz. Where are we in terms of reaching the 1.5 degree target? Because as science told us, since we started burning fossil fuels, we cannot have more than 1.5 degree rise. Where are we? Shout out your answers. We are beyond is one. Okay, we are at 1.5 now. And let me tell you, in 2015, I was in Kiribati, Vanuatu, and Fiji, and I learned a chilling slogan. People were chanting 1.5 to stay alive. 1.5 to stay alive. 6 months later, I meet them at Paris at the climate negotiations, and they say, come Kumi, we got an opportunity to have a small gathering outside the negotiating chamber. So I think to honor what they had taught me, I'm going to chant 1.5 to stay alive. And they go like this. Because the new slogan was, in 2015, in Paris, in December, 1.5, we might survive. 1.5, we might survive. So we have to recognize that we have to act with much greater urgency, and we cannot anymore rely on voluntary commitments. We need to ensure that, as the world has done before, we come together and create the possibility of getting a binding treaty that forces humanity to move in the direction. By the way, I can see a few people have very anxious looks on the faces. So I want to share some good news with you. You probably heard people like Johan Rockström and myself and many others saying at some point, Johan, I'm sure you've said this at some point, save the planet, save the climate, save the environment. Good news is, folks, the planet does not need saving. The planet is absolutely fine. Because if we carry on the path that we are, we warm our planet to the point where we destroy our soil, we destroy our water resources. It gets so hot, like in some parts of Africa already, we cannot grow food. When that thing happens, you know what happens? We will be gone. The planet will still be here. And the good news is, once we all become extinct as a species, the forests will recover, the oceans will replenish, and so on. So don't worry about saving the planet. Understand the struggle to avert catastrophic climate change is nothing more and nothing less than protecting our children and their children's future. So momentum is building for this conference, and we hope that at the end of April, when countries gather in Colombia, we will start the process of eventually, or build on the process of a fossil fuel phase-out plan, which was something that President Lula mentioned in Amazon in December, but we did not get out of it. And by the way, I should just say, if you're wondering why it is that we don't get success at the COPs. So one of the reasons is the largest delegation to the COPs, by far, is not the United States, it's not the European Union, it's the fossil fuel industry. Right? And can you imagine, in the outcome document in Brazil in November, the words fossil fuels was not even mentioned in the outcome document. That's like Alcoholics Anonymous holding 30 years of conferences, and they can't find a backbone to mention alcohol in the outcome document. We are better than that. We should be better than that. And I urge each and every one of you to, on the one hand, recognize that we are in a challenge, but recognize that humanity has done this before. We can build a treaty that actually leads us in a direction where people can be held accountable, right? And governments can be held accountable for the failure to act. I end with these words. The struggle for justice, economic justice, climate justice, indigenous rights justice, gender justice, all those struggles are marathons and not sprints. So I urge you, there will be days before us where you will feel down and despondent, but just recognize the work that you do, the efforts that you make are all fundamentally important to helping us to collectively move to a solution to save humanity, not necessarily to save the planet. Muchas gracias, merci beaucoup, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kumi. Really, really rousing words, as always. I'm really excited now to invite a panel of some very impressive people onto the stage. I will introduce them once they get here so we can all do it together. So please welcome to the stage my panel. Thank you for joining me. So Johan, this is your second time on stage today, and Kumi too. We might have to squint a bit in the sun, but we'll manage. So if you don't know who these quite wonderful men are that I have the pleasure to be talking to today, Kumi, you've already met. Just next to me here, we have Johan Rockström, who you may remember from this morning's opening keynote. Just in case you don't know who he is, Johan is one of the most famous and influential climate scientists in the world, director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and professor in Earth System Science at the University of Potsdam in Berlin. Next to Johan, we have Nick Nuttall. Nick is an international climate expert and TV presenter at the media company We Don't Have Time. For 17 years, he worked with the UN, first as the Director of Communications for the United Nations Environment in Nairobi, and then for the UNFCCC. He was also the Communications Director for the Paris Agreement in 2015. So bonjour. He's done some good work. And I think you both are, these are your mics here. You got some mics? Great. So we're talking about fossil fuels today. Nick, I thought I'd start with you, because I know that you work in narrative. You know all about the kind of tricks of the trade when it comes to the fossil fuel industry. At the beginning, both me and Kumi spoke about this conference that's coming up in Santa Marta this month. My question, Nick, is the push for phase down over phase out is the ultimate survival tactic for the fossil fuel industry and for the countries that depend on fossil fuels. So what tactics do you think they will pull at this conference?
Well, I think it's pretty clear from our experience with the fossil fuel industry. By the way, I'm putting on my Make Science Great Again cap simply because we launched that campaign up there last year, 12 months ago, in response to Donald Trump's cancel the science culture, which was also part of the dirty tricks of the fossil fuel industry, not just deny that it's happening, but to actually start cancelling the science and trying to take us back to the dark ages where people had to consult, frogs in ponds to work out whether something was going on, right? We don't want to go back there. We want hard science and we want the science to be maintained. So that's why we did this campaign. And I'm absolutely convinced that the fossil fuel industry, when they see countries signing up to phase out fossil fuels, and in response to things like this conference in Colombia, are not going to roll on their backs and ask us all to tickle their tummies, right? They are going to come out with their knuckles fighting. And I think one of the routes that they're going to really start exercising is trying to seek compensation for their business model being kicked into the dirt, right? And they have a way of doing this. There are 2,600 bilateral and multilateral trade agreements in the world which have written in them something called the ISDS, right? And this is the Investor State Dispute Settlement Clause. Now, if you want to get rid of a fossil fuel operation in your country because you've decided to get rid of fossil fuels, phase out fossil fuels, the fossil fuel companies are going to take you to court under these bilateral treaties, and you will have an arbitration court somewhere that nobody really knows where, with private lawyers who will make a determination about the compensation. And it's already happening. You look at what happened to Ecuador with Occidental Petroleum of the US. Ecuador fell out with Occidental, and Occidental took them to court. And the damages are eye-watering. They were equal to 153% of Ecuador's health budget. They were equivalent to something like 50-odd% of the education budget of that one country. And if you look at this recent research by 3EG, which is a global think tank on this, in the last few years, there have been 7 at least $1 billion settlements for oil companies as a result of these trade agreements. So don't be amazed if you start seeing the fossil fuel companies looking for compensation. And just even the threat of them looking for compensation can have a chilling effect on governments. So and I'll just say, what do you do? It's clear from the research that when governments go to Santa Marta, Colombia for this conference and beyond, they need to start cancelling these trade agreements. And if it's between two countries, both sides must cancel the trade agreement. Otherwise, one side is still vulnerable to the fossil fuel industry suing you. So things like this we have to watch out for. This is dirty tricks again, and they'll be looking for compensation. Let's not give it to them.
No. So essentially, to put that briefly, poor countries are basically being sued by rich corporations for trying to protect their own land.
Yeah, they're being sued by people who basically don't care about the future of this planet. They care about their profits. It's as simple as that.
And Johan, if I can bring you in here, I know you're heading to Santa Marta yourself with Brazilian scientist Carlos Nobre as well. and you're presenting a scientific plan for getting us off fossil fuels. Tell us about this plan, because I've heard that many leaders will argue that gas is a sort of bridge fuel to keep the system stable. Does your planetary boundaries framework and your plan allow for these bridge fuels like gas, or do we need to get rid of them completely?
Yeah, thanks. Well, actually, it's much more than a plan. We're setting up a science panel for the global energy transition, which will have the best climate energy experts to do updated pathway analysis, scale down to country level, so what does country X need to do 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030. We're going to use the most advanced machine learning methodologies that are well established today to create the best policy packages that can support different nations subject to different socioeconomic constraints, so that you can get the supply side, but also the demand side to be, that you put the subsidies in the right place, that you protect vulnerable households, that you make the journey as easy as possible. We'll be mapping technologies, and we'll be mapping governance and finance, and all of this will be a service to humanity from science over the coming 5 years. Why? Because we know that we don't have to solve all the problems by 2030, but if we don't bend that curve decisively, we will fail. Then we won't have any chance of coming back within 1.5 degrees Celsius. And just to say that the hypothesis here, admittedly optimistic, is based on the following. We don't need everyone to agree. We need large enough minorities to show that the journey away from fossil fuels is the winning pathway for health, security, and economies, as a way of therefore hitting back on the incumbents to be so nervous that this starts creating an unstoppable feedback, an unstoppable positive societal feedback. So we want the Santa Marta conference to have, not necessarily all the 80 or 60 countries that are there to join, but let's say 20. And then we start with them and start reporting back to the COP process, and that this becomes the first time we actually break what Kumi pointed out, which is completely unacceptable that we have for 30 years negotiated the global climate crisis without ever talking about the tap, ever talking about the real cause of the problem. Now we have for the first time a real opportunity to change the game. And I think the way to change the game is to keep the momentum going. So it's not really about do we or don't we believe that gas can be a transition fuel. The point is to show the opportunities, wedge by wedge, sector by sector, to become a more resilient, independent economy. And we know that the majority of countries in the world are actually importers of fossil fuels. They don't even produce it themselves, and therefore spend really dire earned foreign currency on trying to meet that supply, which is increasingly causing vulnerabilities. So there's undoubtedly an enormous opportunity here. And let's not even open the floor on the $7 trillion on subsidies that we currently have to maintain this obsolete system. So there's a lot of levers we can play with to be able to make this a significant contribution.
Thank you. And Kumi, just touching on that, what do you expect, that we will achieve? Because I know you're going as well in Santa Marta, especially just touching on what's going on at the moment in terms of kind of destabilizing energy markets, a renewed push for renewables, really, with what's going on in Iran. What do you expect we will achieve?
So what one hopes for and one expects can be different. So I'm going to go what I hope, okay? And basically, we want to scale the ambition and get the clarity. And Johan's panel, for example, so the scientific panel, is about getting specificity and clarity about a roadmap of how we go from where we are to where we want to be as fast, fair, and hopefully funded by the nations that built their economies based on fossil fuel extraction. But we also hope to inspire many more energies. So it's not just a 2-day diplomatic ministerial conference at the end of the process, which is important. It actually starts off with the scientific and academic community getting together at the front end. There's a civil society summit. There is a local government and subnational government gatherings. And by the way, even in the United States, I just want to say to you, there are 3 states in the United States whose legislatures have passed formal resolutions endorsing the fossil fuel treaty and its phase out. California, Hawaii, and Maine, and another 25 big cities. Pittsburgh, Chicago, and so on. And we are talking to Zoran now to get New York on board. So all of the efforts that we're making, we hope that this will accelerate. Now, the work that Johan is leading together with the folks in Brazil on the fossil fuel phase-out plan, we hope that whatever work we do in Colombia will give real clarity and specificity to what happens at the COP at the end of the year. But Tuvalu, one of the first countries to endorse the treaty, is already planning the second fossil fuel phase-out event that will happen early in the new year to pick up from where we land on COP. So it's not an isolated event. It is thoughtfully choreographed, if you want.
Yeah.
But I'll just end about your observation about the horrific, illegal war that the United States and Israel have engaged in. What we hope in terms of messaging is not for that to be something that pushes us back, but for us to say there is and has always been a compelling reason to get off fossil fuels, because fossil fuels fundamentally promotes conflict, right? It is one of the biggest conflict multipliers, and we have to get on off fossil fuels, because if we want peace, stability, and security, then for our children's future, we should summon the courage to do that on the fastest possible timescale.
And of course, it's absolutely clear, isn't it, that if you look out there and see what's going on to the world economy, my God, we must get off fossil fuels. You never want to be dependent on those any longer. If you want security, if you want warm homes, if you want to keep the lights on, you have renewable energy, you have storage, you have all the other things you need to make the system work.
And I'd say, you know, for about 30 years, we've told consumers to use less energy. We're always focusing on the demand. And is what's quite specific about this conference is that it's finally time to stop the problem at the demand side as opposed to the supply and deal with, you know, with the extraction itself. That's what we failed to deal with at multiple COPs.
But what I'd say, Maeve, is, look, we're in a very different time to the 1970s, right? When the Saudi Arabians, you know, started switching off the oil, and there were, you know, huge traffic jams all over Europe, right? With people trying to find petrol. That's not going on. Why? Because in part, you know, the European setting has far more renewable energy than it's had before. But the other key thing that has to happen, if we are truly to have a clean energy economy, is we need to deal with the fact we are wasting huge amounts of renewable energy right now because we have nowhere to store it. And this is absolutely stupid, right? How stupid is that? But that is coming. You can see the battery storage is there, but the long duration energy storage, the 12-hour storage that we really need, is starting to happen. In China, but also in the UK, they are now commercially deploying this year for the first time facilities that use the waste energy from wind power and solar power, and they compress air into a liquid that you just store in tanks, and then you can release it when you need backup electricity, because the air expands 750 times, turns a turbine, generates electricity. You don't need backup gas-fired plants anymore. You're now seeing the technology coming, the missing piece in the jigsaw puzzle, long duration energy storage. And then we have maybe the complete clean energy grid.
So important, because I don't think enough people know about long-term energy storage, so it's definitely something we need to speak about more. Johan, I just want to ask you a bit about, you know, something that Nick just referenced there in terms of our transition to renewables. I imagine something that the fossil fuel industry might pull out of their back pocket is the massive increase in mining for copper, lithium, cobalt, that I'm sure will be spoken about when you're there. And obviously many of these minerals are on indigenous lands. After this session, we're going to be talking to Namonti Nankimo, who is from Ecuador, in her territory in the Amazon there, and she lives on indigenous land. What would you say to them? What would you say to people in the audience who are wondering, you know, how do we scale up the green minerals without creating kind of a new extractive industry in itself?
Yeah, no, it's a really important question. And let me just first just summarize what Nick was just saying before, because I think it's really important for all of us to recognize how reassured we are on two conclusions today. Number one is that we are in the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel-driven global economy. The question is not if we will phase out fossil fuels, the only question is, will we be too late? That's the challenge we have. And the second conclusion, which is, I fully agree with Nick's point, is that even if you look at long-term storage, if you look at all the difficult to abate sectors, you can pick out the steel industry, even aviation, the fertilizer industry, cement industry, the built environment, all of them actually have solutions. It's a question of price. And as you may know, the latest science on the social cost of carbon, I mean the cost imposed today on human suffering, today at 1.5 degrees Celsius, is somewhere between 200 and 500 US dollars per ton of carbon dioxide in social suffering. If you would apply that to the global economy, you have more than 10 trillion US dollars to play with to support the scaling of all these so-called too expensive investments in hydrogen electrolysis, in different forms of green steel production. All forms of difficult to abate sectors suddenly become competitive. So then the question is it so that we always hear that sustainable solutions are more expensive? Well, it proves the point that that's not the case. It is that the fossil fuel-driven way of driving the economy is subsidized by people suffering and planet suffering. And if you calibrate and correct for that, you actually already today have a competitive, sustainable option essentially across all the wedges in the energy transition. So I mean, never ever be cheated by these arguments that this is too difficult or not possible to scale. It's a choice. But to your point, you're absolutely right that the transition opens up new challenges. And these challenges come in different facets, but it's actually moving away from one type of unsustainable and human and ecologically threatening exploitation of oil, coal, and gas to new challenges of how to secure the rare earth metals that is needed for this transition towards an electrified, renewable global economy. The good thing is that we are in a completely different situation today in terms of monitoring and the ability to be able to set the guardrails for that transition. I would quite strongly argue that this is where interdisciplinary systems analysis for policy comes in so timely, because in the past we focused only on one factor at a time. Now we can say, well, look here, we really need to factor in biodiversity, fresh water, land, indigenous communities in those journeys. And I'm, quite certain that we have ways of, for example, we see most battery industry developments today have already in their design phase built in a 95% recycling design option in their very, at the very stage of technological advancements. That was never the place in the past, but today we're actually placing that as a necessary conditionality. That doesn't mean that we won't have challenges, but I think we're in a much better place to navigate this in a way that meets multiple criteria, not only one criteria.
Yeah, and it's woven into the plan. Yeah. And my last question, Kumi and Nick, you can both come on this, but tell us what we've learned from the past, because Kumi, you lead the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. And I know that your work has been very influenced by the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which was in the 1970s. And obviously that treaty didn't get rid of weapons overnight, but it did make nuclear weapons political. And is this goal in Santa Marta kind of to do the same, to make a coal mine as politically unacceptable as, say, a nuclear warhead?
So what we learn from history is that there is ways in which humanity can move when we have a big challenge, whether it's landmines. So we had a treaty for landmines, we had a treaty for ozone. If we didn't have the Montreal Protocol, we would not have dealt with the ozone. We did it. And of course, with nuclear weapons, it's still an unfair, unbalanced thing, but we still stopped its spread, right? So just to say, those of you who are wondering, given that we have a fascist in the White House, and it's absolutely fine for you to say we have a fascist in the White House because we have a fascist in the White House, okay? So you might be thinking, oh, these people are so stupid. They're talking about a treaty when multilateralism is being attacked and the UN system is being attacked and so on. But the landmine treaty was a treaty that was negotiated outside of the UN system, signed in Ottawa in 1997, and then brought into the UN system and put before the General Assembly and said, okay, vote if you want landmines. We hope to get to the point where a cluster of not coalition of the willing, but coalition of the ambitious countries who accept the science and are not in denial of the science, to actually get the treaty done. And then we will bring it. And just quickly to end on what we learned from history. One of the biggest mistakes we make in activism is that we operate in silos.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm so happy that you got science, media, and activism all together. And together we are all activists in some ways, right?
Absolutely.
And so we have to break down the silos in which we operate, and we need to draw on the biggest resource given to us by the feminist movement, when years ago they gave us a horrible word, but a very powerful word, intersectionality. We need to understand how things are connected. And if I can just end with the story from Africa, I found myself addressing the 50th anniversary of the Organization of African Unity, and I was a last minute filling in for somebody, so I had 3 minutes. I didn't know what to say in 3 minutes, and by the way, I chose the story because of Johan, and he'll know now because he and I share something about Uppsala. So I was a visiting professor at Uppsala just before I joined Greenpeace, and I discovered Uppsala runs its buses on human feces. This was before I became the head of, sorry, translation might be an issue. So feces is shit, crap, poo, whatever you want to call it, right? This was a shocking idea to me. I didn't know that it was possible. So the next day I went to the Uppsala bus station and I walked behind the buses, breathing heavily to see if there's any poo smell, no collateral emissions, nothing. Then I discovered that Bristol in England has a bus which they actually call the poo bus. So I said to the leaders of the African Union on the occasion of the 50th anniversary, because in Africa we've got a huge problem with water, and actually globally, that's why the planetary limits work, boundaries work, that is so important. It shows you that we need to connect climate to biodiversity and everything. So I say to the leaders at this meeting, I said, I refuse to accept that European shit is better than African shit. We just have to get our shit together and turn the crisis of climate change into an opportunity that can genuinely build a more equitable, a more just, and a more sustainable world for our children and their children's futures. Thank you.
And Maeve, I'll just say, apart from learning that if you've got Kumi on stage, don't have an idea that you might end the show yourself. Kumi will definitely end it. But I'll just say one very tiny thing. You never know when it's going to tip. But this thing will tip very fast in favor of what we've talked about this evening, faster than anybody can imagine, and I think we're not far from the top of that mountain. And if you were a journalist on the Times, as I was in the 1990s, and a unit of renewable energy was $50 a unit, everybody laughed, thinking that renewable energy would come to this world en masse. It's happening right now. It's in front of our eyes. We're winning it, and that's why the fossil fuel industry is so angry right now, and they want to stop us because they know their business model is fast disappearing. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause to my panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. So it's time for the last part of this session. Just 20 more minutes to go. 20 more minutes to go, and then I'm going to have some lunch after that. So next, I think we've spent the last 30 minutes speaking quite up here, and it's time to get kind of down onto the ground now. The legal and corporate wars that are being fought in kind of these boardrooms have devastating physical consequences for the people actually living on the front lines, and that's what we're about to talk about now. So our next guest doesn't just study the boundaries, she defends them with her life. She is the leader of the Waorani people in the Ecuadorian Amazon. She led a historic legal victory against the Ecuadorian government, protecting 500,000 acres of rainforest from oil drilling. And her journey from the heart of the rainforest to the global stage is captured really beautifully in the book that she's just finished writing, which is called We Will Not Be Saved. I really recommend reading it. Please join me in a massive welcome for a woman who defines what it means to stand your ground, Nemonte Nenkimo. Welcome. Welcome, Nemonte, and welcome, Alessandra. So, where should we start? Nemonte, you are a world-renowned indigenous leader and environmental defender from the Waorani nation in the Ecuadorian Amazon. You have become a global symbol for indigenous rights and forest conservation due to your fearless, legal grassroots battle against extractive industries. In case the audience doesn't know, Nemonte's most significant achievement came in 2019 when she won that landmark legal case against the Ecuadorian government. She sued them, and the court ruled in favor of the Waorani people, which protected 500,000 acres of rainforest from drilling. The victory has obviously set a legal precedent for indigenous rights in Ecuador and across the world, making it harder for the state to auction off ancestral lands for resource extraction. So my question, Nemonte, is how did you accomplish such a victory in 2019?
Bueno, primeramente agradecer por este espacio, porque no es fácil para mí venir desde muy lejos, desde Ecuador de la Amazonía, y también ser madre, líder, la responsabilidad de trabajo que hago.
So she wants to thank everybody. It's not easy for her. She acknowledges that it's not easy for her coming from so far away and holding the many different hats that she holds. She's not only an environmental activist, but she's also a leader and most importantly, a mother. So coming from so far is challenging. So thank you for having her today.
Esa pregunta que me hiciste me suena como muy fácil, pero el trabajo es tener corazón, tener amor, escuchar a su pueblo, realmente pensar por el futuro. Entonces mi trabajo, empecé a trabajar con mi pueblo, con los niños, con los hombres, con las mujeres, trabajando, haciendo mapeo, haciendo una estratégico, ¿qué es la importancia nuestro territorio? ¿Qué es importancia para el futuro? Entonces, eso no suena como hacer fácil en la mañana. Es una lucha y hay que tener coraje y valentía para llegar a este trabajo que hemos hecho, es colectivo. No solo Nemonte, yo era protagonista, también escuchaba a mis ancestros, escuchaba a la naturaleza. Si nosotros no cuidamos, en el futuro nuestros hijos, ¿dónde van a vivir? Entonces eso era más importante, trabajar colectivo, mirar atrás cómo nuestros ancestros luchaban. Gracias a ellos tenemos este territorio que da vida al mundo. Entonces empezamos trabajando la unidad y también la fuerza de una mujer, como una madre, como nuestra selva, nuestra tierra es una madre. Un cuerpo, entonces teníamos que trabajar esa manera.
It sounds like a simple question, asking her how it is that she led the victory, but it was nothing simple. For her, it took a lot of heart, most importantly heart, and a lot of courage. How she did it, she began by listening to her people. She wants everyone to know that it was no easy feat, as you can imagine, but she began listening to the children that were around her, listening to the women that were around her, listening to the men that were around her, listening to her people, and they started collectively thinking about what the future was going to be for the both of them, for all of them together as a collective. They began by mapping more than anything. They developed an entire strategy to map the territory, the over 1 million hectares that her people are actually the stewards for. There's over 1 million hectares, so they began by mapping all this land and building together the case of what they were protecting and how they were going to protect it. It's important to understand that it's a constant fight. It really takes a lot of courage. And even though she was a protagonist at the time as a Waorani leader, it took the work of many, many people. And it was important for everyone to think about what they were fighting for, to listen to nature, to listen to Mother Earth, to understand what her ancestors had fought for so many generations, to fully understand what it is that they were going to fight for in the future, and to really tune into the feminine power of Mother Earth and be able to captivate that, to have the courage to move forward in this fight.
And you really get a flavor of that in the book, in the memoir, which is called We Will Not Be Saved. Again, I've just finished reading it. I don't have to say this. I really recommend it. I found it incredibly profound. And it traces Nemonte's journey from childhood in the rainforest to, a seat on the international stage today. And in the book, Nemonte, you describe how you were nearly lost to Western culture after being sent to a missionary school in Ecuador as a teenager. And you describe the spiritual return after that to your roots, where you then realize that the oil companies are promising progress, but they're actually just destroying your home. It seems like the core argument here is that indigenous people don't need saving. They deserve sovereignty and respect. So tell us, why did you decide to document your life story in such a vulnerable and courageous way? It's a book of about 300 pages. It's very personal. And tell us about the book, and how does it feel having your story out there for people to read?
En el libro contaste mucho que casi se te perdió todo lo que tú habías aprendido de la selva cuando te mandaron a la escuela, y empezaste a tener mucha intervención del mundo occidental. Entonces ella dice que para ti eventualmente fue un regreso espiritual, que ella optimiza, y que nos cuentes un poco cómo tú te diste cuenta que el extractivismo estaba actuando por completo a tu territorio. Cuéntanos por qué decidiste escribir el libro, más que nada. Cuéntanos por qué decidiste contar tu historia.
Bueno, esa pregunta es muy importante para mí. Después de demanda contra el Estado ecuatoriano ganamos, pero después de 6 meses escuchábamos seguía amenaza a nuestro territorio. Entonces dijo mi padre que él nació en la selva y nunca, desde su niñez hasta 3 años, nunca tuvo mundo contacto. Me dijo, Nemo, hija, nosotros ya hemos ganado, pero la amenaza está llegando. Tú tienes que contar su historia, su memoria, su lucha, para que el mundo entienda. Entonces dijo, nuestra cultura es oral. Mientras tú cuentas, historia vive. Si historia no cuenta, historia muere. ¿No? Entonces para mí era difícil porque mi cultura no somos escritores, somos orales. Pero con ayuda de mi compañero, mi esposo, entonces hicimos esta memoria, esa lucha, contando la historia para que el mundo pueda entender qué es la importancia de la vida de la selva, la cultura y conocimiento. Entonces eso escribimos con mucho amor, con mucha honestidad, con mucha valentía también, porque eso estoy contando de lo que yo he vivido, de lo que yo he mirado el mundo, porque mi abuelo dice en ese libro, tendrás cuidado con la lengua de la boa. ¿Por qué? Este animal de nosotros, en la selva, la boa es más peligroso, más astuto. En un momento la boa te hace como invita la lengua y te llama a ti para comer, devorar en un segundo. El sistema del mundo es lo mismo, ¿no? Entonces, eso reflexioné, política, económico, social, es matador. O sea, ese sistema estamos viviendo esto. Entre humanos estamos haciendo guerra. Entonces, es muy importante que esa parte lean el libro porque es real, porque yo he vivido. Y ha vuelto donde mis ancestros, ha vuelto donde mi tierra para poder seguir protegiendo, para seguir siendo mujer guaurani, con mi sabiduría, con vida sana, ¿no?
So after the 2019 victory of her people, she went back home and her father told her, the risk is still present, the risk is still there, the risk is still coming to our territory. So she decided with her partner and her husband to write this because her father told her our culture is to speak. Our culture is the spoken way of safekeeping our memories, the spoken. So she says, that is my culture. It was not to write. So it was a challenge for her to decide to write something because it was outside the culture, but it was necessary to do so to be able to contain the memory of the ancestors and the people, to be able to use that so people could have the knowledge of her territory to continue fighting against the risks that were still coming to her home. It's important to know that that the way that as she tells in the book, her grandfather told her, whenever you become more and more known, be careful with the tongue of the boa, because the tongue of the boa is something that's going to constantly be calling you in. And that's what's happening. The way she sees as the Western world is like this tongue of the boa, right? It's that this extractivist culture that is constantly calling you in and trying to get you to forget what the connection is that you have with your ancestors and how you're meant to preserve this. She says that it's genuinely important to remember that what we're seeing right now are people fighting wars for extractivism and fossil fuels in the world. They're bringing and waging war to each other, and that's going to go back to her territory. These wars are going to cause that the fossil fuel extraction go back to her territory, and it's going to also cause a war in her territory that's going to bring it back home to her. So to her, it's immensely important to remember what we're doing in extractivism and how it affects it. And that's the reason why she decided to tell her story, so people would understand what it is that they are really affecting whenever they participate in this.
And I love the metaphor of the boa constrictor, the tongue, la lingua, because it's seduction, isn't it? It's seducing you. And in the book, when you read it, absolutely everything is shown through animal metaphors, and it's just a really grounding way of understanding these feelings like seduction. That's what I felt. Tell us a bit about what's happening now in the Waorani Nation, in your territory. I know you won a big battle, but I'm sure there's still a lot left to come.
Ahora, territorio Wao es un bajo amenaza. ¿Por qué? Porque nuestro territorio es inmenso y tenemos debajo de la tierra un petróleo grande. Actualmente el nuevo gobierno ecuatoriano está interesado de sacar. Entonces, lo que ahorita estamos trabajando es, no importa que el gobierno diga, lo que ahora actualmente trabajamos es la unidad con mi pueblo, trabajar con nuestro pueblo, como escuchar a la madre naturaleza, escuchar la sabiduría de la madre naturaleza, porque ella nos da vida. Entonces, eso es el trabajo, es con los niños, con los jóvenes, porque sabemos que nuestros abuelitos mueren, el conocimiento se va y se podemos debilitar. Entonces, nosotros estamos formando educación propio. Significa eso, educación propio, ser guaraní, conocer su vida, conexión con la naturaleza, con la tierra, con el espíritu. Entonces, esta generación que nos va a ayudar, porque la amenaza no nace en el territorio, la amenaza nace desde aquí. Yo quiero decir muy honesta, como mujer indígena, que nace la amenaza es de ese sistema capitalismo que nos va a destruir nuestra tierra y nos vamos a destruir todo. Entonces, mi mensaje, esa parte es muy duro, muy difícil. Todos somos la responsabilidad. La Madre Tierra no espera que salvemos. La Madre Tierra espera que respetemos amor. Eso la Madre Tierra está esperando. Si no, nosotros la Madre Tierra nos tragará a nosotros. Eso decimos nuestra cultura.
So she wants to acknowledge that, yes, there is a risk. There's a massive risk right now happening with the new government has launched recently a massive oil round in Ecuador. So she acknowledges that they are once again at risk despite the 2019 decision and the victory that was won. Her people are once again at risk from the new oil round. One of the blocks that was announced is still actually in Waorani territory. So what they're working on right now more than anything is unity. They are aware that the risk is coming towards them again. And more than anything, she says that we are listening. We are listening to Mother Earth. We are regaining our spirits to be able to be united towards the next battle that we know we're going to have to fight. And in order to do that, you really have to listen to the knowledge from Mother Earth and be able to understand what it's like. Knowledge dies. She's aware that knowledge dies with the Pequenani, with the elders in her community if that knowledge is not shared. So what she's very much focused on at this time is community-led education. With community-led education, they are trying to transfer a lot of knowledge between each other. It's not about only teaching. She's advocating for community-led education, which goes beyond math and science that we teach, right? It's how to go back to the territory when you're learning about math, when you're learning about science, how to go back to the land to be able to learn outside, but also be able to learn from your elders about the plants, about the different beings that are part of the world. And that's a form, more than anything, community-led education is a form and a seed of resistance. She wants to ensure that the audience is very, very well aware of something that is that she wants to be very tough on all of you on. And that is that this risk that her territory is under is born here. It's not born in her territory, it's born here. It's born in a place where she has to come visit to be able to give this advocacy towards. And it goes back to her territory. There's some of the people that feel it first. Most importantly, it's going to be Mother Earth, she said, does not need to be saved. She is not waiting to be saved by any means. She's just demanding respect.
Demanding is the right word. I wanted to ask how you feel when you're in these international spaces. I know you just touched on it there, but for all these people in the room, not only what is your message to them, but also even here in the global north, here in Paris, where the agreement was signed in 2015, how can we be allies?
Esa pregunta es muy importante para mí.
It's a very important question for her, how you can be allies and what
Primera
it's
vez
like to be
estoy
here.
aquí en París, hace mucho frío, estoy con botas, realmente tengo que estar libre, sin zapato, en fogata, en mi casa cultural con muchos artes, con la risa, pero estoy como un poco tímida porque siento mucho frío.
So it's her first time in Paris and she's cold. She said it's very cold in Paris. I'm used to being barefoot and warm and being in the ground. So she said, if I'm a bit shy right now, it's because I'm cold. I don't see her being shy, but...
Quería hacer un poco risa porque realmente en mi corazón estoy muy caliente porque estoy escuchando, aquí pusieron acuerdo en París sobre de proteger, que hablan mucho cambio climático, pero yo veo que no ha dado nada. No ha dado nada de muy aliados desde que se respeten a la Amazonía, porque veo sigue debatiendo desde este país, Europa, Estados Unidos, en todos lados en el mundo, que quieren seguir extrayendo petrolera, fósiles dentro del territorio indígena, nuestro hogar, nuestra vida. Entonces, yo diría que hay que ser realmente compromiso, realmente que se respeta, pero yo siento como hacen un papel, escriben, ponen acuerdo, pero no hay acción, no hay, y seguimos avanzando. La amenaza al territorio sigue afectando cambio climático en el territorio. Lo que afecta mucho es a nuestro territorio, pueblos indígenas especialmente. No vemos un huracán gigante, vemos algo muy pequeño que hace cambio en nuestro territorio. Entonces sería muy bueno aquí decirle que realmente hagan aliados, que conecten en redes sociales, visibilicen nuestra lucha que hacemos en la Amazonía. Eso no solamente es para salvaguardar a Amazonía, los pueblos indígenas, sino al mundo. La Amazonía es el pulmón y el corazón del mundo. Entonces, tenemos que ser responsables entre todas y todas para el futuro. Entonces, sería muy bueno que ahora estamos buscando nuestros aliados realmente que nos acompañen en el largo proceso, porque nuestro territorio actualmente está bajo amenaza. Que ahora, más que nunca, necesitamos realmente aliados que sean de corazón, que sean pensando en el futuro, no solo hoy. Ahora mucho veo, solo está avanzando velocidad de hoy, y no estamos pensando en el futuro. Eso es mi preocupación como mamá, como tengo hijos que ellos pueden vivir mucho más allá, mucho más disfrutar, porque veo que está afectando el cambio climático. Entonces todos seremos, no solo afectará a la Amazonía, sino nos afectará. Entonces tenemos que hacer una gran responsabilidad y también pedir que lean libros. Si no conocen la realidad de la lucha de la Amazonía, hay que leer libros, hay que entender. Volver a amar a la madre naturaleza, volver a conectar espiritualmente.
Yeah, her heart is warm. She began by saying that her heart is warm, and it's incredible because she acknowledges that she's sitting in Paris where the climate agreement was signed, right? She knows Paris. She knows this is where the climate agreement was signed, and she said it's incredible because sure they signed the climate agreement 11 years ago, right? And what has happened? It is a constant state of speech and a massive lack of action. It's important to know that the EU, the US are the regions in the world that are leading this extraction, but the people that feel it the most are her people. So now more than ever, she's aware that that fossil fuel extraction is going to continue at this rapid pace, and we need allies. She's encouraging all of you to become those allies, to be those allies, to learn more about the fight that her people are going through and they're leading, to understand and go beyond understanding, but really feeling what it is that it means to be at the forefront of the effects of fossil fuel extraction. It's really incredible how she says that they notice the small changes every day. They're noticing the small changes every day in the way things move. She said, we don't see massive hurricanes coming our way. We're noticing the changes in the smallest, most minimal ways that the climate crisis is here, that we are suffering a climate crisis. So it's important to connect. She said, connect. Understand what our fight is, understand and learn what it is that we're going through, form part of the movement, share it on social media, read the book to be able to understand this. We're lacking connection from the heart. Please learn my reality. I worry about this as a mother, as any mother, that we are all going to disappear. My children are not going to have a future or a place to live.
Which is very relatable for the whole audience, I would say. Thank you so much. Please give a huge round of applause to Nemonte and Nkimo. I think we should stand. I'm going to stand. Thank you, Nemonte.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with you here today. I hope you've all arrived safely here. I invite you to start the session of today just really taking a breath in, recognizing that we're here in this space today to talk about very important issues. And for me, it's such a pleasure to be with you and with our panelists today. My name is Rita Zaghloul. I'm the director of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, a coalition of 120 countries co-chaired by France and Nigeria, championing the protection of at least 30% of our planet's land and ocean by 2030. The Secretariat aims to strengthen capacities on 30 by 30, both at technical level, but also we intend to continue political mobilization, maintaining 30 by 30 at the highest level at the international agenda. So for the last 3 years since the creation of the Secretariat, this is precisely what we have been doing, giving our countries' members the tools in order to implement the 30 by 30 target, which you will hear me talking a lot about today, but also providing the political platform in order to be able to implement and sustain political mobilization on this target. As past winners of the Earthshot Prize under Revive Our Ocean category, I'm deeply, deeply honored to be here with you today, facilitating this session on protecting the oceans from coast to the high seas. From coastline to the high seas, our oceans are under unprecedented pressure, from pollution and overfishing to climate change and biodiversity loss. But I would like to take us into more of a positive setup. And I think in the last, I would say, 4 years, we have been facing much more positive outcomes in our international governance on ocean and multilateralism. I'll give you 2 main examples that we will be mainly focusing on in today's session. The first one is the 30 by 30 target, which is the one that my coalition leads in particular. This target was adopted in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework back in 2022. The efforts of this target started really based on science, and it was a scientific-based push that was coming forward, entailing that we needed to protect at least 30% of our planet's land and ocean by 2030 if we wanted to halt biodiversity loss and put our nature into path for recovery. So this took place, and those efforts started in 2019. What was needed at that point was really to adopt a target that would protect at least 30% both on land and ocean. And at that moment, the international community had the Aichi target, which called on protecting at least 17% on land and 10% on ocean. So this means that we had to double our land protection and quadruple our ocean protection. Despite those complexities, back in 2022, we were able to adopt the target. Now I'll move to the High Seas Treaty. And this actually, all the talks about the High Seas Treaty started back in 2004. It was in 2018 that the discussions and the negotiation actually started. And last year, and actually in January, we just had the ratification of the High Seas Treaty. And you will hear a little bit more about that by our panelists, and in particular by Rebecca later today. So we have been having good results at international community and in our multilateral system. There are positive elements to put in place. We have, as international communities, the tool to be able to advance. Now it's more a process of making sure that those commitments at international level are actually taken into the national circumstances. So I would invite us as well to make sure that we have this positive mindset and not to be guided by the usual dooming scenarios on a daily basis of our news cycles, but really trying to think more positively on what we have been able to achieve as international communities so far. But achieving these milestones will not be simple. Effective marine protection depends not only on targets, but on implementation, on well-designed, well-managed marine protected areas, on strong partnership across sectors, and on the leadership of indigenous peoples and local communities. It also requires addressing one of the biggest challenges, ensuring adequate, equitable, and accountable financing. Today's speakers bring together a diverse perspective to explore what truly takes to make ocean protection work. And we want to leave you with clarity of what must happen, but also with hope. And I hope that you will finish the panel today and our discussion with a little bit more hope than what you arrived. But to help ground us in both the urgency of the challenge and the power of individual action, it is my great pleasure to introduce someone who has dedicated his life to speaking up for the ocean in the most extraordinary ways. Louis Pugh is an endurance swimmer, maritime lawyer, and UN Environment Program patron of the oceans. For nearly 4 decades, he has led pioneering swims in some of the world's most fragile environments to draw attention to rapid environmental change. His advocacy has helped protect over 3.5 million square kilometers of the ocean, including the creation of the Ross Sea Marine Protected Areas in Antarctica. Through his foundation, which was established in 2016, he works to turn awareness into action, driven by the belief that protecting the ocean is essential for a safer and more peaceful future. Louis, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. It's absolutely wonderful to be here today. What I want to do today is I want to talk to you about swimming. Swimming and environmental campaigning, they have an awful lot in common. And so I'm going to talk to you about swimming in some of the most fragile places on this earth. This is a photograph of me swimming down a river in Antarctica. What I want to do today, though, is speak about swimming in a place much closer. I want to speak to you about swimming to France, so swimming across the English Channel. Now, just to explain, I didn't swim to this conference today. I took the train, but it's an amazing swim to swim from England to France. About 1,700 people have done this swim. It remains one of the most challenging swims. And of those people who make it, sadly, about 40% of people fail on their swim to France. And generally, they fail in one of 2 places. Either at the beginning, at the very beginning, you'll see here that a swim from England to France is never, ever a straight line. What happens is that as you get into the water, that current just drags you up towards Holland. And after about 6 hours, when the tide turns, it'll then start dragging you along the French coastline down into the Atlantic Ocean. But people fail in 2 places. The first place they fail is right at the beginning. So right as you leave the English Channel, within the first 2 hours, And I always ask myself, why do people give up right at the beginning? Well, the reason is simple. What happens is that the water comes and hits up against the cliffs of Dover and then reverberates back. And so for the first 1 or 2 hours, the water is very, very choppy. And so for the first 2 hours, all you're thinking about is breathing. And often you find waves coming over you. And so you take a swimming stroke, and instead of there being air, actually you're swallowing water. If, however, you are able to get through this, then you should be okay. But so many people swim for 2 hours, they're swallowing a lot of water, and then they ask themselves a very simple question, and that is, have I got it inside myself to do this for another 12 or 15 hours? And often they don't. And so they give up and they get out right there. Now, if you're able to get through that, then what happens is often the sea flattens out. And now you've got to start getting into some type of momentum. And so you're swimming next to your boat, and you go from 2 hours to 3 hours to 4 hours to 5 hours to 6 hours. And you've got to make sure when you're doing this swim that you don't go too fast, because you've got to have energy at the end, but you mustn't go too slowly, because if you go too slowly, you're going to get cold and you'll soon be out the water. And next to you is your yacht, your support boat, and on there is your captain. And that is the person who is guiding you to France. You've got ferries coming, you've got oil tankers and container ships. Your pilot has got to get you through those ships and get you as quickly as possible to France. And also on the boat next to you, you've got your coach, and your coach is encouraging you and feeding you every half an hour. Also, what I have on the boat normally is I have somebody who goes all the way to the top of the mast of the yacht. And the reason for that is because that person is on the lookout for something which can end your swim like that, can end your swim instantaneously, and that are these animals. Now, jellyfish are the most unforgiving animals because they always get you in specific places. Even though you know they're in the water, when they hit you straight in the face, it's such a deep shock. Also, if you're very, very unlucky, you take a swimming stroke and now you have the jellyfish around your arm, and you may have it in your armpit, and so every single stroke that you're taking, you're rubbing that poison deeper and deeper into you. And if you're very unlucky, you accidentally scoop the jellyfish between your legs, which is obviously a high consequence environment. Anyway, if you're able to get through there, you then carry on swimming, you're over the halfway mark, now you're into French waters. 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, and now you are in the most dangerous part of the swim. And the reason for that is because of the coastline, the French coastline. At the bottom of the picture, you'll see a cape. It's called Cap Grenade. And on Cap Grenade, there's a lighthouse. And so you put your head up, and for about 2 hours, you can see France. France is right there. And so you swim. But often at that moment, you are exhausted, you're cold, and what's more, you've been stung by a lot of jellyfish. You have to make sure that in those final few hours, you have the strength to get through the current, because often there's a current which goes around Cap Grenade, and unless you've got the strength to push through and to punch through that current, you won't make it. The tragedy is, I have seen so many people give up, and they give up literally 200-300 meters away from France. They have swum for 15 hours, and then 200-300 meters of France, they give up. They just didn't have enough energy and determination to get them onto the French beach. However, if you do have what it takes to get through that current, and then you walk up that French beach, there really is, it is such a unique experience. And I've seen this so many times. Swimmers walk up the beach, and you would think that they were absolutely ecstatic and joyful. That's very rarely the experience. They are so exhausted, it's normally just pure relief. And then you turn around and you look back, and in the distance, you can see the cliffs in England and the castle at Dover, and you know that you swam across the English Channel. Ladies and gentlemen, what lessons can we learn from the world of swimming, which we can also take into the world of environmental campaigning? Well, I think the first lesson is that we must never, ever give up. I have never, ever undertaken an environmental campaign which didn't have a rocky start, which didn't have a difficult moment in the beginning. But if you mentally prepare for that, then hopefully you're able to get through it. And then you must get the momentum going. Momentum is absolutely key when you're trying to protect the environment. But you must also make sure that you have the energy and the determination to see things through all the way to the end. I remember in 2016, we were trying to protect an incredible area down in Antarctica called the Ross Sea. If you sail from the bottom of New Zealand and you sail from 40 degrees south to 50 to 60 to 70, in the distance, you will see something that looks like those cliffs in England, except it's not chalk, it's ice. It's the Ross Sea, it's an incredible area. And for 17 years, the New Zealand government and the American government, which had scientific stations down in the Ross Sea, had been trying to protect this. Big fishing fleets wanted to come in there and take the fish, and the American and the New Zealand governments were trying to get this area properly protected. And yet, they weren't able to get all the countries to agree this. They were able to get most of the countries, but still there was one country remaining which needed to be persuaded, and that was Russia. Well, you know, sometimes an idea is so crazy, it may just work. And so I decided to go down to Antarctica, go do a swim there, and then afterwards go to Russia and try and meet with the people, the decision makers around the president of Russia, to urge them to properly protect this area and to agree to this marine protected area. So I went down there, I did a swim. It was incredibly cold. The water minus 1.7 degrees centigrade. Afterwards, I went straight to Moscow, and there I was introduced to a Russian ice hockey player called Slava Fetisov. Now, Slava Fetisov had been the captain of the Soviet ice hockey team. He'd won 2 Olympic gold medals. He's a huge character, and he was a defender. I explained to him about the Ross Sea and why we must protect it. Do you know what he said to me? He said, "Lewis, I was a defender. The world needs more defenders and protectors." And so he took me to all the key decision makers around the president. And then the final meeting was going to be with the former head of the security services. And before we went into that meeting, myself and Slava made a decision. We said to each other, we are not going to give up. This place is too important. We must protect this place, whatever the cost. And we went in there and we were able to persuade Russia to then finally agree to protect this area. They were the last country. And then finally this precious, precious area was protected. It's 1.5 million square kilometers. It's the size of Britain, France, Germany, and Italy all put together. But the reason why I'm telling you this, the first thing which is so important in environmental campaigning is the decision to never give up. Thank you. What's the second lesson? Well, the second lesson is that environmental campaigning is a team sport. It's like swimming. It's a team sport. And the reason why I say that is because I have never, ever seen any place in the world that has been protected by one person or one organization. It's always a collective effort of many, many people. You need scientists, you need advocates, you need policymakers. You need government, you need business, you need philanthropies, you need charities, and you also need journalists and filmmakers and photographers. All of them come together. They all add a different aspect in order to get an area protected. And over the past few years, we seem to have made such good progress. I almost feel that we are right there, 400, 300 meters off the French coast. But what worries me is a sudden shock, that moment when you get stung by a jellyfish straight in the face. And we all saw what happened last year, when suddenly there was that major shock, where funding was withdrawn. And what I noticed was that so many smaller charities, the grassroots ones, the ones who are doing the most important work on the ground and in the sea, they couldn't survive. And so tragically, one after the next went out. And so my message is to those organizations who sometimes come to these conferences and they take all the funding or a lot of the funding. What happens if you do that is that your organization may survive, but our oceans won't survive. And so I urge you to come to this conference with a spirit of generosity and to help ensure that those grassroots organizations are properly funded so that we can protect this one precious ocean. What's my final message? My final message is about peace. At the moment, there is nothing more important in this world than protecting peace. You know, when we damage the environment, we create conditions which are ripe for conflict. People fight over limited resources. But when we protect the environment, when we work together, when we share resources equitably, then we protect the environment and we foster peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the work which you are doing, coming here today, and the work which you'll be doing this week, discussing how to protect our oceans, is important work, but it's also building peace. You are all peacemakers, and for that, I am incredibly grateful. Let me end off by just saying this, that every single generation has an opportunity to change the world, to make it safer, to make it more just, and to make it peaceful. And we must be that generation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louis, for your determination, for really the persistence. I think you leave us with an excellent homework of also taking the responsibility back. Each one of us has the responsibility back. It was really, really inspirational, and thank you for sharing with us all those notes. With that, I'm delighted now to welcome our distinguished panel featuring Claire Brook, Wahal Gidak, and Adrian Gahan. If you can please join me on the stage. Thank you for joining me. Claire Brook joined, just to give you a bit of an overview of our speakers today, Claire Brook joined the Blue Marine Foundation in 2014 and became the CEO in 2015. Prior to that, she worked for 24 years in environmental and sustainable finance at Jupiter, Henderson, and Aviva, where she set up the Sustainable Investment Division. Welcome, Claire. Wahal Gidak is from Prince of Wales Island in Alaska and belongs to the Shark House clan. She serves as Vice President for Ocean Conservancy, leading the Arctic and Northern Water Program, and holds multiple leadership roles across indigenous and regional organizations. With academic expertise in rural development and fisheries, her work focuses on strengthening indigenous communities and sustainable ocean stewardship. Welcome, Wahal Gidak. And Adrian Gahan is the Ocean Lead at Campaign for Nature and is advising the Blue Marine Foundation on government engagement. His work focuses on mobilizing political will and financing to support biodiversity, conservation, and the expansion of protected areas worldwide. Welcome, Adrian. It's such a pleasure to be with all of you today. And Claire, maybe I'll start with you. We've heard much from Louis about the urgent need to protect our ocean. Can you share with us how much progress are we making against the 30 by 30 target?
Well, it's for a while it felt as if we'd stalled, and then just lately, in the last couple of months, we've had some really great news, which in the context of all this terrible news that we're hearing from around the world, almost holds the ocean up like a beacon of hope. And first of all, we had the ratification of the High Seas Treaty at the end of January, which was just so uplifting because that's all these very disparate nations coming together to protect an area of ocean that is, it's 2/3 of the world's ocean, so 43% of the Earth's surface. So obviously, there's a lot of work to be done, but the fact that that treaty was ratified is a huge step forward. And then literally just in the last couple of weeks, we had this kind of wonder week where, first of all, there was a big marine protected area that came through in Brazil. Then an incredible, huge marine protected area in Chile, Juan Fernandez, which, as long as the incoming president doesn't rescind on that, will mean that over 50% of Chile's vast waters are protected, which will take us to over 10% of the world's oceans protected. Real leap forward. And then for us at Blue Marine, there was also another area that we've been working on for ages, which is in Jersey, in between Britain and France in the Channel Islands. And there, the government of Jersey have committed to protect and protect well, properly protect 21.7% of their waters. And that was particularly uplifting because that came in the face of a lot of opposition from the fishing industry, particularly from the French fishing industry. So we were, at the end of that week, we were just on a high that it was possible to make progress in spite of this very difficult political backdrop.
Thank you so much, Claire, and thank you for bringing those very key examples and hoping that this momentum will continue as we move forward this year. Moving over to you, Gidak, what do you think are the keys to successfully protect our critical ocean habitats?
Hadala is, Atlant is, Athli Gudanai Lagang. Good people, it's an honor to be with you today. To help answer that question, I like to think about the thousands of years of existence of indigenous peoples in the places that we live today. For thousands of years, indigenous peoples have been caretakers for the places we live and have thrived. And what we've seen in a very short amount of time is a lot of these places go from a place of abundance to a place of scarcity. Our people, the Haida people, have a story that we were birthed onto the lands of the Haida Nation in Haida Gwaii. But for those social scientists in the room, we have about 15,000 years of carbon-dated proof in our homelands. About 20 years ago, they found one of our ancestors in a cave on Prince of Wales Island, and that ancestor was carbon-dated to about 10,000 years old. They tested the DNA of our ancestor to those of us who exist there today, and sure enough, it matched. And one thing that a lot of folks don't realize is that our ancestor, when they tested the stomach of our ancestor, they found salmon DNA in the stomach of our ancestor. So that means that for 10,000 years, we had lived in balance with at least our salmon relatives to the point where we were able to live in a balanced relationship and to be able to sustain our way of life in relationship with those salmon relatives. We've had folks come into Alaska most recently, and for about 200 years, we've had a management system that is not our own, one that is not balanced with our relatives that live in the ocean. And in less than 200 years, we are seeing collapses of salmon across the state of Alaska, which means that our relationship that has been held in balance for the last at least 10,000 years is almost extinct. We did a study recently of the time of all of the data from our relatives on land and in the ocean, and the timestamp of pretty much first contact in Alaska to the time of today. And almost every stock of caribou, moose, salmon, whales is either on the verge of collapse or has already collapsed. So that tells us that as Indigenous people, there was something to our relationship and the balance that we had with our species that live in the ocean, our species that live on land. And those balanced relationships is a knowledge system that the world and our oceans can no longer afford to push aside. Those knowledge systems must be integrated into every system and every decision-making body.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wahab. Absolutely. And thank you for bringing back that balanced relationship and also all the knowledge that has already been there, and in order to be able to take into consideration that knowledge and sustain ourselves in the future as well. Adrian, going back to you now, as an expert on finance, can you explain where we currently stand on financing for conservation and on 30 by 30 in particular?
Yes, thank you, Rita. So, in contrast to that wonderful narrative, I'm afraid I'm going to have to just speak to you about some boring figures for a moment. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to do it in US dollars. We were involved in producing a report for the UN Ocean Conference in Nice last year, which assessed how much it would cost to achieve 30 by 30 across the global ocean. And the answer is just under $16 billion US a year, so $15.8 billion. So then you might ask, how are we doing against that target? How much are we currently spending? Well, we're currently spending $1.2 billion. So there's rather a large gap that needs to be filled if we want to realistically protect 30% of the global ocean by 2030. You might well say, my goodness, nearly $16 billion a year, that sounds like rather a lot of money. And it is a lot of money, but could we just put that in the context of the global economy and the size of the global ocean? So I shall try not to bombard you with too many statistics, but the global economy is approximately $120+ trillion a year. We hope it'll still be that size by the end of this week, but you don't know how things are going at the moment. So if the global economy is $120 trillion, and we are suggesting that we need to spend just under 16 billion, that's 0.015% of the global economy it would cost to protect 30% of the global ocean. So given the extraordinary services that the ocean provides to humanity, to the world, to the economy itself, it's a very small insurance premium that we should all be paying in order to protect the global ocean. So we've done a bit, but we've got quite a way to go.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for bringing that perspective and really for also shaping it and more as an investment and not really a expenditure. Now going back to you, Wahal Girak, I wanted to share and maybe dive deeper in what you were mentioning before. In your view, what makes the Central Arctic Ocean so unique? And what does this mean for international efforts to protect it?
A lot of my work is surrounded by protecting the Central Arctic Ocean. And what a lot of folks don't realize is the Central Arctic Ocean is home to Inuit populations across many different countries. Alaska, or the United States, we like to think of ourselves as our own country though. Canada, Greenland, and as well as Russia, as well as homeland to the Yupik, Chupik, and Alutiiq-Sugpiaq people. The Central Arctic Ocean is and has been intact as a giant ice block floating around in the middle of the Arctic Ocean since earliest time. And what we're seeing is that the warming of the Arctic is happening at 4 times the rate of the rest of the world. And what does that mean for all of you sitting in this room? A lot of folks don't realize is that the Arctic itself is the cooler for the rest of the world. It also impacts our currents, the currents that run in our ocean, not just in the Arctic, but also in the Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans. And it's really important that folks understand that as that melts, as we see that melt at a rate that is extreme, and as we're going to see the Central Arctic Ocean be free of ice for the first time ever in human history, it's not just going to impact the people of the Arctic, the Inuit people, the Yupik and Chupik and Sugpiaq people. It's going to be impacting every single one of us. And what the world is now, and countries of the world are starting to negotiate and have conversations about, is not how we protect that place or sustain that place, but what resources are now available as a result of that place melting. How can we extract minerals from the ocean floor? How can we extract oil and gas? How can we open up industrial shipping, industrial fishing? And so a lot of our work is to protect that place as it continues to melt, to ensure that those places not only have scientific data, but that they're including Indigenous people at the table. And that Indigenous people are contributing their knowledge systems, contributing their sciences, and contributing their decision-making as to what happens in that place, which is hopefully no industrial extraction for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Wahal, and thank you also for bringing back that component on the collective effort and the teamwork that was mentioned before by Louis as well. Claire, you mentioned earlier that 10% of the ocean would be under some sort of protection. What does that mean exactly, and how effective are marine protected areas?
So it's an excellent question because it varies enormously from beautifully protected. I don't know if it's possible to show my slide, which shows some models of marine protected areas that are incredibly well protected. Let's see if we can just move that on. There we are. So this map of the Atlantic is taken from the brilliant Global Fishing Watch. And you can see those 2 big circles in the middle of the Atlantic. The first one is around Ascension Island, and the second one a bit lower down is around St. Helena. Now, to give you an idea of scale, they're each 445,000 square kilometers. So that's like France with the corners cut off. So really massive. And both of those areas, the top one around Ascension is completely free from all fishing. And the one around St. Helena is free from all industrial fishing. There is local, one-by-one tuna fishing extremely responsibly carried out. And then at the bottom you can see Tristan da Cunha, also incredibly well protected. Now these areas are protected by satellite, but very well monitored and enforced. Any dark targets, those are vessels switching off their AIS, are monitored and apprehended, but in fact there aren't any incursions. Crucially, there have been none recorded in the last several years. By contrast, the UK might be good at protecting its overseas territories, but unfortunately it's pretty lousy at protecting its marine protected areas around the British Isles. So this is a map that shows marine protected areas in those black outlined boxes, and the pink denotes how much bottom trawling is carrying out within those marine protected areas. And as you can see, there's a lot of bottom trawling going on. Now that's not because it's illegal activity, it's because those marine protected areas have been ill-defined and still allow bottom trawling within them. And I'm afraid the same is true in the Mediterranean and in the North Sea. So throughout Europe, we're seeing a lot of unsustainable fishing going on in so-called marine protected areas. So what we're trying to do, Blue Marine and a lot of our partners in the marine protection world, is we're trying to not only get as much of the world's ocean protected as possible, but to ensure that that protection is effectively designated and is properly carried out.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you for highlighting also the importance of not only getting the numbers up. We tend to talk a lot about 30% and the percentage itself, but I think it's even more important to make sure that those areas are effectively protected, well managed, and that really we reach that number, but in also this consistent way of effective management. So thank you for bringing that to the discussion. Adrian, building on what you had mentioned before and on that gap that we have, how does the current geopolitical context affect our ability to secure more funding for 30 by 30?
Yes, so at the moment, shall we say, things are not heading in the right direction when it comes to finance. So global public money and private money towards ocean protection peaked in 2023 and has been heading downwards ever since. And I think we can all guess why that has been the case, which is because of the security situation in Europe and around the world. There has been a significant reallocation of public money away from aid budgets and towards defense. And this has resulted, for example, in the United Kingdom, in a 50% reduction in the amount of money that's going to nature protection, both terrestrial and marine, from this year forward, relative to the last 5 years, a 50% cut. And unfortunately, it will be similar across France, Germany, Norway, other major European donors. Now, of the $1.2 billion I mentioned earlier, you might wonder, where is this money coming from? And it is 90% of it is from governments. 90% is public money. And the other 10% is from philanthropy. So if we want to see an increase over the next few years, we need to see greater resources made available to public finance. So there are many users of the ocean who use the ocean for free, yet they derive very large profits from it. So for example, the shipping industry, the cruise ship industry, tourism, cables, offshore oil and gas, fossil fuel extraction, many sectors of the economy which could be charged levies or fees in order to raise more finance to pay for protected areas. Also, the single largest area where we could raise money to protect the ocean is from redirecting harmful subsidies. At the moment, we spend billions of dollars a year actively supporting the overexploitation of the ocean. The image that Claire just showed us of bottom trawling across Europe, around the UK, not only is that destroying the environment and emitting CO2 into the water column and into the atmosphere, we are actually subsidizing this by, through your own taxes, by providing support to the fishing industry and exemptions on fuel duty, for example. So even if a percentage of those subsidies were redirected to protecting the ocean rather than destroying it, it would go a long way towards contributing to having more funds for ocean protection. And I don't wish to suggest that we want to get into a zero-sum game of if we want to protect Europe through NATO and defense, then we cannot have marine protected areas. Or if we want marine protected areas, then we cannot support defense. That is not the argument. That is frankly a silly argument. We can do both. There's plenty of money out there. We just need to get it from the right sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. And with that, we're getting towards the final question that I have for each one of you, and also looking at time. So I'll start with you, Wahal. With the focus on the Arctic Ocean, what could successful model for protection the Central Arctic Ocean look like?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We were successful quite a few years ago in getting a fisheries moratorium passed for the Central Arctic Ocean. 10 countries decided that yes, we will pause any form of industrial fishing like trawling in that area, and we will study it. We will use science and indigenous knowledge at the table, walking hand in hand, to have a conversation about what is actually happening in the Central Arctic Ocean before moving it forward. We're moving towards similar moratoriums for deep sea mining, for oil and gas, for shipping. And those things, those negotiations are happening on a regular basis. And those are part of the solution that we need to emphasize and really make sure that not only are we including indigenous knowledge, but that is led with indigenous knowledge at the table. When we think about these opportunities we have to ensure that indigenous knowledge is at the table, it means that we're looking at generations worth of data. Not just data in a 7-year period, or not just data in a 2-month study when you're working on a PhD dissertation, but data that spans generations. Data of salmon migration, data of whale movement, data of walrus, seals, polar bears. All of this data is being held by the indigenous people, and it's being passed along from generation to generation. They have this knowledge at their fingertips, and it's really important that we're having those conversations with them. Some of the most amazing science that I've seen has been to prove indigenous knowledge, right? And most of the time, indigenous people are like, oh, that's great. We knew that. We knew that already, but thank you for proving it so that the rest of the world understands the way that you do. And so if we can find a way to integrate it at the start instead of being an afterthought, then we're really going to come up with solutions that are founded in data that spans more than just our current snapshot in time, but that is a collection of information from more than just one person, more than one individual, or more than one institution.
Thank you. And in particular, as we have the clock ticking towards our goal, international goals until 2030, it's now more than ever the importance of really making sure that this indigenous knowledge is really included within those conversations and led by indigenous peoples. Adrian, last one for you. How can we ensure the private sector takes responsibility? You've talked a lot about the public sector, but how can we make sure that also the private sector takes some responsibility for the global public goods, such as the ocean or the high seas? And what practical mechanisms, I know that you mentioned a bit ago, as global levies or international taxations could be used to drive accountability and direct funding towards their protection?
Yes. So as I mentioned, there are some very good examples around the world of, for example, a tourism tax. So the state of Hawaii recently introduced a a levy that will go on out-of-state tourist visitors on hotel bookings and cruise ships. And they think that will raise $100 million a year, which will be ring-fenced to be spent on climate adaptation and mitigation and nature protection in the state of Hawaii. So that's just one example of what can be done. Look at the cruise ship industry across the Caribbean, all those wonderful islands that need more external finance to help them protect their waters and their terrestrial sites. Also, there's an obvious point about the Mediterranean that has an enormous tourism industry, which could also have a specifically ring-fenced levy both on super yachts, cruise ships, and tourism to help raise funds. And there are similar things that can be done for the undersea cabling sector, which we all know how much money the tech industry is making at the moment. It would not seem inappropriate to redistribute some of that enormous profit from the tech industry to help protect the global environment. So what it requires is governments to intervene and for politicians to stand up and actually do something and not pretend that voluntary charitable mechanisms from corporations are going to do it. Yes, corporations can unlock vast amounts of money, but they don't pay taxes voluntarily. They pay taxes because it's the law. And if we want them to protect the ocean, it needs to be the law. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Adrian, and thank you also for sharing that responsibility also from the private sector that needs to be accounted for. And lastly, Claire, what are the key obstacles to achieve 30 by 30 in your view?
Well, to say almost exactly the same as Adrian, the key obstacles are financing, because people need to unlock financing to move to a model of protection rather than overexploitation of their seas. Now, that's relatively easy because actually the model of overfishing is an incredibly economically inefficient one, and therefore switching to a model of protection is much cheaper than most legislators assume. But above all, the biggest obstacle is one of political will, because politicians mistakenly think that the very few voices of the exploitative overfishing sector are the ones they should be listening to, rather than the vast majority of us who would rather have our seas protected. And in fact, everyone, even the fishing sector, will benefit from that. So it's a question of shifting that political will and giving politicians a real boost, encouragement, kick to get on with this relatively simple intervention to protect 30% of our oceans.
Thank you. Thank you, Claire. And thank you so much for all the panelists here. I think you brought an excellent perspective and a very balanced one, not only on the role of indigenous peoples, the knowledge that we need to really appreciate and take into consideration and let it be led by indigenous peoples, but also the finance perspective, the responsibilities both from the private and the public sector, and lastly, the importance of not only reaching the number of 30 by 30, but really making sure that it's effectively managed, that we're not only aiming for that numeric value, but really understanding this biodiversity value as well. And lastly, but not least, the political will, which is extremely important as, of course, we have changing government, we have political cycles in the upcoming years as we move forward towards 2030. So the importance of also making sure that this political will is not only existent today, was not only existent in 2022, but also is sustained all the way until 2030. Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to share this panel with you. Please join me with a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to welcome to the stage Rebecca Hubbard. Rebecca, please, if you can join me. Rebecca is the director of the High Seas Alliance, a global coalition working to protect the half of the planet covered by the high seas. With over 20 years of campaigning experience. I will wait for the music to finish. So So as I was mentioning, hi, Rebecca. Rebecca Hubbard is the director of the High Seas Alliance. She has over 20 years of campaigning experience. She has led efforts from Australia to Europe to end overfishing and strengthen ocean protection. In 2025, the High Seas Alliance won the Earthshot Prize in the Revive Our Oceans category, recognizing the High Seas Treaty significance in protecting marine biodiversity in international waters. A pleasure to be with you today here, Rebecca. Very much looking forward for this discussion because it comes quite at a timely manner. You just came from New York, from the PrepCom conversation, so we will be getting into that. But first, I would like to hear from you on, I mean, we know that the High Seas Alliance has spent over 20 years working to advance the BBNJ Treaty. After decades of negotiations, the treaty has been ratified in January, as we were mentioning before, this year. I would like us to maybe just take a few steps back, and if you can share with us and explain what the BBNJ Treaty is and how the High Seas Alliance have been working and involved in this sphere.
Well, good morning, Rita, and thank you so much for having us. So just for those of you who may not be international ocean governance experts, which is usually most of us, so the high seas covers 2/3 of the global ocean, or half of the planet. And until this treaty was recently agreed, there was really a huge gap in the governance of the ocean. We've heard about, you know, a lot of overfishing, there's pollution, there's, you know, the impacts of climate change, but the governance system that manages and protects that global ocean had huge gaps, and it was really just about managing exploitation, and in many cases not doing such a great job. So the High Seas Treaty is really the first international law that aims to protect biodiversity in the high seas, so half of the planet. So for the first time, it creates a legal framework for us to be even able to create protected areas in the high seas. It also gives us the ability to conduct thorough and transparent environmental impact assessments of damaging activities beyond protected areas. And there are two other key pillars that really the treaty is known for, which are really essential going forward, and that is really around addressing equity, ocean equity. So the treaty also requires parties to build capacity and transfer technology between developed states and developing states, because we all know that the high seas are a really long way away. They are incredibly expensive to get to and to conduct research in. And so traditionally, the parties, states and corporations that have benefited from the global commons, from the benefits, from the resources in the high seas have been from wealthy nations. So really the treaty also aims to address that inequity and really boost the capacity of developing states. So that's also around the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, both data, so non-financial and financial benefits. So it's really the biggest thing that's happened in ocean governance in literally decades, and really is unlocking potential for us to start to protect the high seas like we've never been able to before.
Excellent. And I think on that point, more related to that equity, I think it's quite an important element in particular, because we tend to have, and it happens a lot in the negotiations, right, where you have the division between the different views of the developing nations and the developed nations, and it's particularly important to make sure that those safeguards are also put in place in order to make sure that that equity component is there. And talking about negotiations, of course, we had the treaty being ratified, and we had the treaty entering into force in January, but maybe taking a step even forward. Now we're moving towards the preparation for the next and first COP that will be taking place, as we now know, next year in January. We have an official date. You just came flying literally yesterday night from New York and from those negotiations. Can you share with us what have been the main elements that have taken place in the last week? And I understand that the negotiations continue. And what are the most important steps that need to happen now to turn the treaty into real protection for the ocean?
So just to, as a bit of an overview, for the treaty to enter into force and become international law, which it just did, we needed 60 countries to ratify that. And so that happened in September last year. We now have 86 countries, or 85 countries plus the EU as party to the treaty. But to make it as effective as possible across the whole world, we really want as many countries to ratify the treaty as possible. So we're going from 60 to global, because that means we will be able to implement it across the world. So that's a really, really key element that we need to keep in mind, because as we go forward, so as we've said, it's entered into force in January. We need to have the first High Seas Treaty, or BBNJ COP, within 1 year, so that will happen in January of 2027. And at that meeting, the state parties, so those countries that have ratified, will decide on the key infrastructure and the decision-making procedures which will operationalize the treaty. So it's really essential that we get these key pieces of infrastructure and operating principles right, so that the treaty can be efficient, it can be effective, it can be transparent, it can be inclusive, ensuring that Indigenous peoples and traditional knowledge are included, as well as observers, non-state parties, civil society, scientists, so, and to ensure it is well financed. So these are kind of really, they seem very procedural, and that honestly, the negotiations are quite boring, but they're incredibly important, because deciding who gets to vote, how they get to make decisions, who is in the room, what information is made public, is going to be essential to ensuring we can achieve the ambition of the treaty. And that ambition is obviously to protect at least a third of the high seas, to do it equitably, and to ensure that all people around the world are engaged in this process. So those decisions are the things that they're discussing in New York last week, and will continue this week until Thursday.
Great. And of course, those, when we talk about procedural negotiations, maybe it might not be the most, widely known or widely reported on, but I think, as you mentioned, it's really laying the ground and the foundation to ensuring that that our ambition is actually taken into account, and that it's transparent, and we have accountability systems set in place in order to reach that. My last question to you, Beck, is because we talk a lot about, and we've been discussing in the last few minutes about the role of parties and the role of governments on negotiating the treaty, on ratifying the treaty, but maybe looking more towards the wider community. How is the High Seas Alliance helping drive momentum, and how can civil society and broader ocean community contribute?
So it's really essential that we do continue with this momentum. The High Seas Treaty has really gathered a lot of momentum. We have seen it. It really, at the moment, does seem like a beacon of hope for multilateralism. It's one of the few spaces where we have countries from all regions of the world agreeing, signing up, pushing forward with political ambition. So it's essential that governments keep that momentum going, and that they drive that at both regional forums and international forums. And for that to happen, we all know we need to create political momentum, you need political will, and for that you need citizens, civil society, and other stakeholders to really unite and push those decision makers to be accountable. Don't just stop on words on paper. Don't give us another declaration that you will implement the treaty. Actually take steps. Start preparing proposals for high seas marine protected areas. Start committing more funds to ensure that we can implement it and we can protect places. So in terms of the governments, that's what they really need to do. In terms of civil society, we all really need to hold those governments and decision makers accountable. For a scientific community, I think it's really key that we start to share data, share tools, really work together. There is no other place like the high seas that emphasizes the need for collaboration and coordination. We absolutely cannot do it alone. I think Lewis made that very clear, but the high seas is a clear example of that. And then I think finally, just to touch back on the finance, we really, really need private finance to be contributing to protection of the high seas. We cannot rely on governments. We know that's alone, that's not going to be enough. So I think Adrian's points on user pays are absolutely essential and part of the area we really need to drive forward on and really secure that innovative funding.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Becca. And maybe just one last thought from you. What is something that really makes you optimistic about the High Seas Treaty? If you could mention it in one sentence.
I think it's the fact that we have seen already so many countries work together. You know, we saw countries negotiate for 20 years, to discuss and negotiate for 20 years. And that was countries, it was civil society, scientists, indigenous people, lawyers. You know, across all the sectors, people have collaborated. We have 134 signatories to the treaty, so those that have committed to ratifying. We can do this. We have made huge progress. And I think, to draw from Kate Wawatai from Aotearoa, hope is a discipline. We have to practice it daily. So let's just keep doing that.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers, to the panelists, and to everyone here for staying with us throughout this session. It's been really inspirational. I hope you have been filled with, I would say, responsibility, with collective effort, with persistence. And of course, I think in order to be able to do the work that we do, we have to think beyond the short term. And I think it's part of what we learned from the High Seas Treaty. If we were to think in short term, then we wouldn't have thought about all the excellent work that would happen, even if it means that it's happening 20 years after that. So I would invite you to really think more on a long term. I saw a figure this year, at the beginning of the year, from the Global Risk Report of 2026 of the World Economic Forum that mentioned that biodiversity loss would be the second global risk in the next 10 years. So when we talk about today, it might not be very existent and prominent in everyone's mind, but I would invite you to really think long term, to anchor yourself and not be swifted by and swung by the news cycles, and really to be focusing on more of this long-term vision and our collective responsibility. Thank you so much for being with us today. Have a great rest of your day, and a pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to this session. I hope you all had an amazing lunch, and I hope you're all energized for this next session, Business Within Planetary Boundaries. My name is Bodie van Stierum. I help event organizers like ChangeNOW create interesting programs, non-boring conversations, and I also help sustainability managers to create sustainability strategies and embed that in their organization. I do that through a freelance collective called The Overview Effect. But today it's my honor to be hosting this session. It's going to be an interesting one, if you ask me, because every leader knows that everything has limits. The economy has limits, their CEO term has limits, and also the natural systems their company relies on has limits. The real question is, which leaders are acting on this knowledge? As humans, we're reliant on fresh water, clean air, healthy soils, and our economies depend on them too. So if these systems are disrupted, it's not only an environmental issue, it's an economic one. As Johan Rockström, who just opened ChangeNOW, he created the planetary boundaries framework, and he defined a safe operating space for humanity. Operating within these boundaries is not a question of ideology or choice. It is operating within these limits, is operating just within the laws of what makes life on Earth even possible. So today we're going to focus on the role of business, the role that business can play. It's not only about doing less harm, so emitting less emissions, but it's also about regenerating the systems that we depend on. Somebody that's been rooting for this for decades is Paul Polman. He was former Unilever CEO. He's the author of Net Positive, and he helps business leaders around the world to work on sustainable business and accelerate inclusive business. I was just talking to him. He just came from the US. Last week he was in Mumbai and in China, so he can tell us a lot about how business within planetary boundaries actually looks like in practice. So I want to welcome him to the stage to open this session with me, Paul Polman. Warm applause, please. The Dutch way. As we're both Dutch, we just greeted each other the Dutch way. So, Paul, it's not your first time here on the ChangeNOW stage. You've been here multiple times. How many times have you been here?
Since the beginning, actually. I haven't missed one yet.
Can everybody hear, Paul, since the beginning? No.
Can you hear me?
Maybe we can test the other one.
Is this better?
This is better.
I said, since the beginning, I haven't missed anyone, and I don't want to miss any either.
You don't want to...
It's always great to be in Paris.
Nice. So welcome back to this stage.
Yeah.
We're honored to have you back. And to start, I guess, a bit broader on the term of planetary boundaries, I want to ask you, for those maybe not deeply familiar with the framework, how do you personally interpret these planetary boundaries?
Well, so the challenge for business is not just to decarbonize, which gets a lot of attention, but also really to restore and protect the system that we all depend on. And that's really where the work that Johan Rockström did with the Stockholm Resilience Institute comes in. The overall health of the planet, most people will know, is defined by 9 boundaries. So, you know, water, oceans, forest, etc., atmosphere. And unfortunately, out of these 9 boundaries, 7 of them are what we call beyond the acceptable limit. So the role of the planetary guardians that we have created is not only to bring awareness to that, to be sure that we start to take decisions that actually lead to staying or returning into these planetary boundaries. And one of the major drivers, obviously, is the private sector, which is, 60, 70% of the economy, 80% of the financial flow, 90% of the job creation. So we need to be sure that it gets the attention it deserves. And that's really what the planetary boundaries, what the planetary guardians are trying to do. We have a request, for example, to have in each of the governments a planetary scientist, chief planetary scientist. Very important for us that all the government decisions are taken, ideally, within this framework of planetary boundaries. We are able to measure where each country is on that journey to see if the gap is bigger or if the gap is being closed. We're looking at financing mechanisms. We need about $1.3 trillion a year for emerging markets. Right now, less than 50 billion goes in that direction. In fact, most of the money spent is destructive, not restorative. So these are the type of things that we're trying to do to get it higher on the agenda and hopefully move it forward a little faster.
So the framework really much helping to have the conversation, because it is nothing new, right? That we know.
No, it's nothing new, but you need to put it together because there's so many. It is far more complex than just saying I do climate change, and we need to reduce my carbon emissions. But you know, it's like human health. We look at blood pressure, we look at heart health, we look at weight. There are about 10 variables that a doctor looks at to see how healthy are you. And that's not different for the planet. So we have to get used to that. And it's not just biodiversity alone. There are obviously conventions, the 30 by 2030, or the climate change conventions, the COP, the oceans. This actually puts it holistically together in one framework. Very powerful.
Yeah. And if we look at those 7 of 9 boundaries already breached, like what does that mean and require for leaders today? Because they obviously have to do something different.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So the most important thing for business is that they get first of all familiar with the science and understand what it means for their business models. You know, many businesses are, I would argue, most, if not all businesses depend on the health of our planet. We breathe the same air, we drink the same water, we eat the food from the land. And if that health is in such a precarious state, we all pay the price for it. So if you run a business, the first thing you want to do is to find out how much you depend on the resources, if you want to, or the services that are provided by our natural systems. You want to measure those. Second thing you want to do is you want to look at your total value chain and take the impact for that and start to measure that. The third thing you want to do is set goals that are in line with science. Don't set goals that you can get away with. Too many businesses play not to lose. They should really start playing to win. That's and above all is change the mindset that an improvement is not necessarily enough. If you have overshot 7 of these 9 planetary boundaries, being less bad is still bad. I used to kill 10 people, now I only kill 5. I'm not a better murderer. So we need to get people to think in business model terms, to be regenerative, restorative, reparative. And that's the most difficult step. But companies that are starting to do that see clearly the benefits. The beauty of nature is that an investment in nature actually has a fast and high return. So companies that understand that start to protect their natural capital, are better positioned for the future, also better valued by the market.
And is that then the benefits that you're talking about? Like what would be other examples of those benefits?
Well, so if you, so ultimately the benefit is that your company is more resilient and better valued. If you don't show that the economics work for you in this environment, it's very difficult. You need to be very tangible and show that your business is stronger. And I think there's enough evidence of that. But your value chain is more resilient. Your people are more motivated. You have more trust. You know, trust is low in business. So if you're a solution provider, what we would call net positive, you know, more likely you'll be higher on the trust scale. We looked at some companies this morning. Regretfully, they're always the same names. But these companies are doing very well and they have a high level of trust because they proactively want to make this a better world. They don't want to just stop by making it less bad. So the ripple effect you get out of this is enormous. And most of the value of a company that's created nowadays, it's not in its assets or in its, you know, it's in its factories or in its offices. It's actually in the goodwill and the trust. So it's a very good investment from that perspective.
Yeah. And you work a lot with business leaders, obviously, across the world.
Yes, yes.
And you just told me that you traveled all the way from the US and you were in Asia a few weeks ago. I'm curious where you see that that change breaks down, because you were talking about learning and changing your business models. Like, where do you particularly see that change, doesn't really happen? Where does it stagnate?
Well, so there's a little bit of a dichotomy. On the one hand, you have a big discontinuity in AI. You have a big discontinuity in geopolitics. You have a big discontinuity in planetary guardians. In planetary boundaries. So you would expect that would be enough of an impetus for business. Nearly every business has to dramatically change its portfolio. Unfortunately, what is happening, and that's just the reality of the moment, is that everybody gets pulled down to the here and now, where you just have to open your newspaper every day. There's another surprise of a supply chain disrupted, of a war breaking out, of a natural disaster that you need to cater to. So we see on the one hand a higher awareness of the drivers that require discontinuous change, but at the same time we see a behavior that pulls you back. Then on top of that, you also have some governments that obviously are more interested in protecting the status quo than in advancing in the direction we all know that we need. And that causes a certain level of fear. So this is a time where we have more knowledge than we've ever had in the history of mankind. This is a time where we have more tools to do something about it. This is a time actually that we have the technologies that are proven for 80–90% of the issues that we are talking today, Bodine. And this is also a world that has enough money actually to deal with it. We just need to put it in the right direction. So what we actually need at the end of the day is that leadership. If we don't have that leadership, we will never get there. So I spent a lot of time with CEOs, with collective action, to overcome some of that inertia that is in the system right now.
Yeah. And that inertia, like how do you go about that? Because it's also, I guess, people with vested interest used to the status quo. And I guess it's the most difficult to change. Like how do you go about leaders that have inertia?
Yeah, it's the most difficult to change because to me a striking example was the World Economic Forum issuing every year the top 10 risks. And what you now see as challenges to our planetary boundaries is still being seen as a big risk, but it's 10 years out. All of a sudden, the risk right now is geopolitical tension and some other things. I understand that, but climate change, biodiversity destruction, is creating havoc already here and now. It's not a thing that you can kick down the road. So the first thing you need to do is to be sure that people understand the science and make that simple for them. As I mentioned, if they don't understand the science and don't understand how it affects their companies, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Then you have to work on the internal level of a CEO as well as the external levels. Internal levels means what's your purpose? Why are you here? What's the reason for your business? Are you here to solve problems and profit from that, or are you here to create problems and profit from that? I know which side I want to be. And then you have to go fairly quickly nowadays to not to the lofty promises or the big statements, but the tangible actions, and make sure that that works economically as well. And that's actually not so difficult if you put your mind to it, increasingly so.
And we talked shortly, you touched upon the role of governments. I'm also curious, what do you see as the biggest levers we should be pulling right now? Because you touched upon governments and the role businesses have to play and also just finance. What are the levers you really think should be pulled right now?
So the easiest and the immediate leverage is there is still $1.8 trillion of per force subsidies that governments put in place that actually destroy nature. The investments we put behind nature protection and restoration is only about 50 billion. In fact, business itself is spending probably about 5 trillion destroying nature right now. So the first one is to move to these per force incentive systems into the right direction. That's why I say it's not really a question of needing more money, it's redirecting the money where it's most effective in this case. Yeah. The second thing you need to do is bring science really to the foreground. If we don't let science guide us, then we really have a hard time protecting the truth. Why you see in some countries the attack on science is because it's hard to defend. So the role of the planetary guardians is to bring that science forward. The third thing is, Johan Rockström is talking about that quite often, we are already seeing some negative tipping points. So we need to protect these hotspots that have a multiplier effect. So for example, the Amazons, the tropical forest of the Congo, the Indonesia. So the mechanisms like the Tropical Forest Forever Fund, if we can get that off the ground, to pay people for protecting nature-based services is a very important thing to do, and I think that's important. Yeah. And then finally, we need to work at a global level to get for more or less the $1.3 trillion of money that is needed for emerging markets to support all the things here. Yeah. If we don't have the financial means, provide people with better livelihoods, take care of areas that are fallen behind for for behavior that is elsewhere in the world, we won't get there. So we do need that as well. So these are probably the levers. And then last but not least, you need to get the private sector behind it at scale, and that's where I'm focused on.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that in the panel we will also be talking to Thomas from ING, so we can talk deeper about the capital part.
Ask him where the 1.3 trillion comes from.
where the 1.3 trillion comes from.
Yes, how much he finances of that.
We'll ask that.
Good.
And lastly, because you were talking about the Planetary Guardians, we didn't even touch upon that, but you are active within that organization.
Well, we created it. I'm the vice chair. Hindu Ibrahim is the chair right now. I chair the vice chair with President Santos, former president of Colombia, Mary Robinson, Christiana Figueres, Johan Rockström, many of the people, Sylvia Earle, the late Jane Goodall. These are all planetary guardians. A network of about 20 people right now, growing very fast. Carlos Noble from Brazil, an incredible climate scientist, and the list goes on. So we're working quite actively with governments to be sure now what the Dutch and the Colombians sponsor, for example, to get for the countries of the willing to attack climate change. So how do we get the science on the agenda and ensure that we move in the right direction? And that's what the Planetary Guardians do. Call it not only the voice of consciousness, but more importantly, the voice of action, and that's what's needed right now.
And our time is already up, but I was really curious. We're going into this panel with Sandrine, Fabrice, and Thomas. Is there anything that you're like, you have to ask them this question that you would be very interested in from the capital side, or the systems change work that Sandrine is doing? Is there anything that I should ask them as a moderator?
Well, it's a great panel with incredible people, so I'll be listening quite intensively to that. But ultimately, we won't get there, really, if in this environment we don't have the right frameworks and policies in place. So it's good for a lot of businesses trying to do more, and we all need to do more. Business needs to internalize these challenges, get it at the board level, set the targets, all the things we talked about. But ultimately, we don't get there if you swim against the tide. And we see an incredible reluctance now at the global level. And so how do we overcome that challenge, which is not an easy one, to be honest, and we all struggle with that. And, I just came from the US, and there was a No King's Day march, and there's millions of people on the street. So how do you, and politicians respond to the people that vote for them. So how do you make that possible from a top-down approach where we're sitting, but at the same time, I recognize more than any, perhaps, that you need these movements on the ground. So that's a great area to get the panel's opinion on.
Nice. And also the policy part, Sandrine can talk about that
without any doubt.
Well, thank you so much, Paul, for opening this session with me, and we'll move on to the panel. A warm applause for Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. We have to get some extra chairs in, and then we'll be ready for the panel. Thank you. So we just heard of Paul's view on planetary boundaries. And it's interesting to make that even more specific, more concrete, to talk to multiple business leaders and also a system change leader. So I think it's an interesting combination of more a macro perspective and maybe a bit of a smaller perspective throughout two companies. I want to welcome to the stage Thomas Labergère, CEO from ING France. Fabrice Barthélémy, CEO Target. Here you go. And Sandrine Dixon de Clève. Welcome to the stage. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm sitting on the... It's okay. Sandrine won't bite. I'm very happy to have you all here on stage with me today. I'll do a very short introduction of these three people sitting next to me because we want to have those full 26 minutes to talk about these questions that we have here. So shortly, Sandrine, you're the honorary president at the Club of Rome. As I said before, we talked about that you work on a lot of policy pieces as well for the EU. You're traveling around the world to help business leaders to do sustainable business. And I think it's a great perspective to have here in the panel. Fabrice Barthélémy, you're CEO at Tarkett, which is a flooring and sports surface solution company, and so a manufacturer. And we have Thomas Lavergère, CEO, ING France. These two men just came from their offices here in Paris, so a home game. I think Sandrine had to travel a bit longer, but I'm very...
Even longer than you think. I just came from Beijing last night.
Oh, you just came from Beijing last night. That's even longer than I thought it would be. So today we're talking about business within planetary boundaries. I think Paul has set some context already, and we're going to sort of deepen that out a bit more through a few questions. So I want to start with you, Fabrice. Because what does it mean to operate within planetary boundaries for your organization? And to make that more specific, where can you already see it in your strategy?
I think, Bodine, the first word that comes to mind for me is humility. Because, you know, at Tarkett, we make flooring surfaces, we make sport surfaces, all that made from polymers, primarily from polymers. So don't expect me to have to come with ready-made solutions. I think we really feel deeply that we have a duty to redesign our products, to redesign the way we source the materials, to redesign the way we make them and we distribute them. But really the first word about that is about humility.
Humility. And where do you see sort of, I guess, those conversations that are going on in your organization, where do you see it back in your strategy? Because we also talked about, like, are you focusing on water? Are you focusing on carbon? Like, those earth limits, do you see them back in your strategies?
Absolutely, yeah. Because the first focus we've had for many years now is about carbon, about reducing our own Scope 3 carbon footprint and the one of our customers. So we design and we promote products, services that last longer, that reduce the carbon footprint of our customers. More and more, we focus also about water. For example, we make artificial turf. So artificial turf is made of plastics, made of polymers. But when you replace a natural grass field, soccer field, by artificial turf, you save millions of liters of water just to water the grass. You save tons of fertilizers, and the overall, actually, balance of all that is in favor of a carbon footprint. So that's why the immediate solution, you would say plastic is not good, but actually plastic is better than pouring lots of water in the south of California to maintain a natural grass field.
Okay, so that's the view of Tarkett on operating within those limits. And Thomas, what is ING doing to operate within the limits that we've also been talking about in the opening?
Well, ING being a Dutch bank, it happens that in the Netherlands, 1/3 of the territory is under sea level. So we have indeed planet boundaries within our own DNA, and we have been working around how to be as efficient as possible in accelerating the transition for the last 10 years. And it proves to be an exciting but damn challenging road. It happens that ING is the bank which invented the sustainable finance. We are the first bank having a strategy to decarbonize our lending portfolio, which is validated by science, by SBTi. And we are fully engaged with our customers to accompany them as a demanding and engaged partner to decarbonize their business model. But let's face it, it is indeed very challenging. Why? Because it requires very much to sacrifice for most of the economic actors, some short-term profit for long-term economic value. And transition has a cost, which is required to maintain the long-term value of our assets, but it does have a cost. And so it's critical to align all stakeholders, including banks, investors, citizens, consumers, to make the pain of this transition shared in a fair and equitable manner. And that's what we are trying to do
And how do you do, as in how specifically do you do that? Because does ING play a role in making that a fair transition?
Let me give you a couple of examples. One of the challenges we need to address is to develop sustainable infrastructure. Sustainable infrastructure in energy, in transportation, in digital, fiber, data center. And for many of those transactions, the risk-reward equation for an investor or for a creditor like ING as a bank is not as compelling as in the old economy without any planet boundaries. And we have to accept a risk-reward equation which is slightly less attractive to make the transition happen and accelerate the reallocation of capital. And that's what we are doing when we retrofit petrochemical complex, in the south of France. That's what we are doing when we finance turbine for NG, or that's what we're doing when we develop fast charging stations for the mobility company Electra.
Yeah, some specific examples, and I'm interested because this is all from the perspective of your organizations. Sandrine, you are sitting on multiple boards at the moment. You're working on legislation, so I think you can give us a bit of a macro view, a more of a systemic view, and I would love for you to reflect a bit on what the role of a manufacturer and a financial institution like ING is in sort of working towards an economy within limits.
Thank you for that. And I want to thank also Paul, my dear friend, because Paul is and Unilever was one of the first businesses, as well as Interface, by the way, in the area of carpets, and so many other, Danone and other companies that joined us 15 years ago when we started the Prince of Wales Corporate Leaders Group with King Charles. So we have to remember that there have been progressive businesses and banks that have been on this journey from the very beginning. And so I want to start with that. My other reflection is I started my career putting in place site management systems and chemicals legislation and being in the nitty-gritty of manufacturing sites already 30 years ago. We cannot forget that Europe was the leader and hopefully will continue to be the leader in setting regulation and rule of law for companies based also on deep stakeholder engagements. So I want to bring that in as a reminder as we often see that we're going back in terms of ESG. We see that we've got pushback in terms of many parts of our climate legislation, that Europe until now has been a leader in this area. But what is lacking is that systemic perspective, and that's what I want to get to. What is lacking is that with all of the progressive companies and even the incredible CEOs, they are constrained by their shareholders. It is the shareholders that are dictating the profits that are coming from the companies, as well as the short-term cycles, which Paul so long ago already asked to change. So I think we are constrained by the economic and the financial system. We have an over-financialized economic system that is only looking at shareholder value. And that is what my learning has brought me to after 35 years of career working with policymakers, putting in the regulation, working with companies and implementing the regulation, is that if we do not shift this over-financialized economy, that is dictated by profit for the few, not for the many, especially now when we're in the midst of a tech bro feudalistic push from the United States, where the winner takes all, we will never stay within the planetary boundaries. That is the reality. So what does that mean? That means that collectively, with these brave men, collectively with the brave men and women that are right now struggling inside their companies because they're being told to move backwards when they were sustainability officials or sustainability heads, that we need to come up with a plan. We have to out-strategize. And part of that out-strategy, having just been with Johan, and I will complete with this, is that we were just at Orazeo, where I sit on their advisory board. They have set up one of the first planetary boundary funds. And Johan has been working, as many others, on the cost of inaction. The cost of inaction on climate change is that at 1.5 degrees, we lose 3% of GDP, at least. And that's now. And if we go further to 2050 and we hit 3 degrees, we could lose upwards of between 10 to 17%, depending on how vulnerable you are. That is our key selling point, is that we are in the midst of economic instability. We are going to lose GDP if we don't buffer GDP with other indicators that take into consideration the planetary boundaries.
Is that a conversation that within Tarkett, also with shareholders, is that something that the conversation is having?
But I am blessed, Sandrine, because I have worked for a family-owned company, and my board supports everything we do for the long run, and they are not obsessed with dividends or with short-term. Of course, they want performance, but they are not obsessed absolutely by dividends. One thing I wanted to say is that it's true that we have a lot of regulation, but still there are lots of gaps. For my customers in Europe, in most cases, it is cheaper to incinerate products at the end of their use than to send them to me for recycling. And that's because there's no the taxes on incineration are not enough. That cost is not big enough to be at the same level as the cost of taking back products to recycle them. So it's a complex topic as well, and I wouldn't give up on regulation, really.
I agree with this, by the way. May I just say that I love the family offices and the small and medium-sized enterprises that still can think about the long term and not just the short-term gains.
Yeah, we also had a conversation previously with Longchamp. There's also a family-owned business, and it's just such a different way at looking at their business. Would you want to elaborate a bit, build upon that?
Maybe just to react to what Sandrine was saying, which is quite critical to understand the reasons why we are late in this transition. We are late in terms of volume of investment and in terms of celerity of those investments, exactly for the reasons that Sandrine mentioned, which is an increasing focus around short-term gains versus long-term prosperity. And we need every one of us at our own level, in our organizations or our citizens, to try to make the ecosystem more able to reconcile transition and prosperity. And they obviously need together, and they work together. What we see in Europe and in France in particular is that the infrastructure funds, and we have some very strong French infrastructure funds like the Infravia, the Vauban, the Meridiam, the Mirova of the world. Those have a long-term view at the economy. And when you have a long-term view at your investment, then naturally you do what is right for the planet because you are focused on the residual value of your assets. When you are a pension fund, you have naturally a long-term view at your investments and act the same way. For all of us as actors in the economy to convince the rest of the investment community to relax a little bit about the short-term profitability driver and focus more on the long-term value. But this is the key challenge and the key explanation on the reason why we are behind. The other element that you mentioned, Sandrine, is around regulation. And regulation is key. I would just mention three which to me are high on our agenda. Number one, the carbon price. We do not have today, in the way we reflect profitability, carbon price in the P&L of economic players. We need to think and act to achieve that. Second, the CSRD regulation change.
Sandrine knows a lot about the CSRD.
Brings simplification, which is welcome. But unfortunately, we need data collection to be able to reflect on the transition challenges and allocate our capital accordingly. And last point I would mention is around thermal transition, where we did relax the rules around the thermal transition of 2035. We understand the logic behind it, but let's face it, pushing back the necessary investment for the transition will not make the task easier. No. We need to accelerate rather than slowing down.
You also said relax, that we don't only focus on the short term. Is that your message for the financial world, I would say?
Correct.
Sandrine, I'm curious, because Thomas shortly touched upon prosperity, and a question that we previously discussed last week when we were chatting, like how do we keep creating prosperity when we can't keep using more and more of Earth's resources, which did create our prosperity and is creating our prosperity? How do you view that question?
I think there are different aspects of this, and it is incredibly complex. I think the first conversation we have to have is how do we shift our growth patterns in Europe and consume less while we enable, because we know, I just came from, as I said, China, and China has, by the way, a growth plan of doubling growth to 2040. And yet, they are the leaders in decarbonization right now, even though they continue to invest in coal. Part of that prosperity game is figuring out how we can optimize our economy and address efficiencies. We are so inefficient in many of the ways in which we actually lead our economy, because it's based on productivity instead of actually looking at optimization. But I think the other, in terms of that prosperity, is that what we've realized is this is the first year where actually human progress is going backwards. This obsession with growth and thinking that growth means prosperity is absolutely flawed. We have more people now that are actually under the poverty line than we've ever had before, not going all the way back before the Second World War, but definitely in terms of the last 3 generations since the Second World War. We have the highest rates of mental illness, the highest rates of suicide. In Europe, youth suicide has just surpassed accidents in terms of death rate. So I think it's very important, even though we have the highest quality of life in Europe, that we think about what does prosperity mean. And so we've translated prosperity to well-being economics. Well-being economics means that you start to value your economy and a thriving civilization on access to healthcare, on access to education, on ensuring that everyone has a decent quality of life. And I'll finish again with this coming just now from China. And yes, there are issues with the Chinese way. But one thing I've learned is that because of the long-term planning, for example, on the financial side, it is now anchored into the law that finance is to help people thrive, not just survive, and it's not for the few, it is for the many. Sustainable finance is actually continuing through the taxonomy, etc., whereas our omnibus on sustainable finance and reporting has just been obliterated. But most importantly, governments in the provinces, if pollution goes up and if people's lives are made worse, their salary goes down and they are penalized. We need to think about this as a way in which we move forward. Again, I'm not saying that an authoritarian way is the right way.
No.
But I do believe we can learn from the sum of parts of the Chinese way.
Yeah, and you touched upon that we are not efficient. What would efficient look like to you?
Well, partly efficient is to go back upstream, all the way upstream, and reduce consumption. I mean, we have to stop thinking that the material goods are going to, first of all, make us more prosperous or make us happier. In Europe, we're no longer talking about prosperity in some cases. We're talking about ownership of materials rather than actual real prosperity.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. But of course, you know, energy efficiency is actually the best mechanism for moving forward alongside renewables. The best energy is the energy you don't use.
Yeah.
And we've forgotten about that.
And I'm curious because we're talking about materials and we obviously know the current geopolitical tensions, for example, in the Middle East. Fabrice, does that even impact, or I guess it impacts, but I'm curious to hear from you, does it impact the ability to operate within the planetary boundaries, particularly when it comes to energy security and stable supply chains?
Yes, of course. And I mean, you talk about geopolitical tensions, which is it's a very nice word. Actually, it's war. And we have colleagues in many parts of the globe now that live under war and in the fog of war. So I think we should never forget that. If there is one good thing about this situation, I think it makes everyone realize how dependent we are on physical flows of products, materials, and energies. I know many CEOs. I've become an expert in all the ports of the Middle East, how to ship products from Abu Dhabi or Jeddah to back to Europe. And it makes us realize how important that is to us. And it makes us realize that it is crazy. We need to redesign the way we are sourcing or not sourcing products and how much we are actually trying to recycle, reuse, and reduce the volume of energy and materials that we use.
Yeah, because I guess on the other hand, it can also strengthen the case for renewables and, as you said, circularity.
Absolutely.
And because we maybe have to look at recycled materials and local energy instead of being reliant.
It does, and it will. You know, a month and a half ago, we are still investing in recycling or reuse, because reused materials, reused carpet tiles, they cost more than new ones, just because of the logistics and so on. And there is demand for that. But with the sudden increase in raw material prices, this makes these business models actually much more viable. So long term, I think it's a good thing. Short term, it's a disaster for everyone that's involved and for the people in India and Asia who are going to starve very soon. Huh?
I'm curious for your reflection on that, Thomas.
Yeah, unfortunately, the situation in the Middle East, 4 years after the invasion of Ukraine, validates the utmost priority we need to give to the energy transition and to the need of moving away from fossil fuel. Let's face it, 80% of the economy today is dependent on fossil fuel. So we need to do this in an inclusive way and work, as we are doing with our clients, as a partner for the business models to evolve and to be based on a sustainable source of energy. And this fight of climate transition becomes clearly a fight for the economy and for the sovereignty. The key critical competitive pillar of an economy is the access to energy, which we need in a way which is secured, competitive pricing-wise, and decarbonized, not to be dependent on fossil providers. And that's exactly what remains to be center of the transition of the economy, not for ethical value, but for some true economic value and for sovereignty reasons. This is the way for us to gain our independence and to become more competitive tomorrow than we are today.
And with that in mind, so the competitiveness, are you hopeful we as humanity can even stay within those limits? As like where we're creating prosperity at the moment, as you're doing business currently, are you hopeful we can stay within those limits?
Yeah, I'm very hopeful, and I'm sure that most of the audience is very hopeful. I mean, as we heard from Professor Nordstrom, the dice are not tossed yet. You know, the future is in our hands for change still to happen and to create the prosperity that we want to create. The real difficulty for all of us is that we need to create a new societal model where we don't have consensus yet. And so how to embark the majority of us to create this new society and new equilibrium. It's a fascinating ambition for all of us to make it a successful journey.
To close off, I want to give you the last remark, Sandrine.
Thank you. You know, we've done a survey of G20 citizens. And I think that what Thomas is saying is really important, because we have to create that alternative future. They need to envision what that future is. For the moment, they don't. They only see the conflict. They see the pain. They see inequality. They see that actually their lives are getting worse, not better. And of course, in particular, the radical right is using decarbonization as an excuse to say the prices are going up and therefore we should go backwards, and use that as a competitiveness issue as well as an affordability issue. So first, we need to hack the myths, and I think that's very important. But secondly, let's go back to that survey. That survey was of G20 citizens, including the Chinese and Europe and the United States. 70% approximately of citizens across the G20 fundamentally believe that we need a new economic model. The same amount want to go towards a well-being model. The same amount believe in tipping points, both social and environmental. But however, 39% do not trust their governments anymore. Who can they trust? They need to trust scientists, but they need to trust business leaders to start making human choices. And so I think that our collective call, and by the way, hope is not some kind of fluffy thing, huh? Hope is about grit. Hope is about moving forward. Hope is about courage. Don't just sit there and think that we're all going to go back and make the change for you. We all have to make that change together. We have to fight together like those that were in the streets and actually put their lives at risk this weekend to say that they don't believe in a king. We cannot allow for our European leaders to start to move in that direction. So I think it's very important as we talk about the planetary boundaries that we realize that we are stepping backwards also in terms of our own humanity and our own leadership at this time. Here in Europe, I speak to you as an American and a European. Let us make sure that we translate hope into change.
Thank you, Sandrine. I wanted to give you the last remark. You're great at inspirational speeches. Thank you to Thomas. Thank you to Fabrice to hear also from the business perspective. What I really got from this was also, as Paul touched upon, believe in the science and communicate the science. And also, how are we going to go to showing people what the other future look like an over-financialized system, what does the alternative look like? And I think we also have to be amazing storytellers to let that come across. Thank you so much, and we're going to close this session with Ariane. Thank you. To close this session and to ground this into the data that we're seeing out in the world, I want to welcome to the stage Ariane Coulombe from CDP. It's hard to change what you can't measure. And that's exactly what CDP does. CDP is on a mission to shape and deploy the world's most comprehensive and valuable environmental disclosure database. And today with me here is their market director EMEA, Ariane Coulombe. Then we can do a warm applause for Ariane.
Thank you. I should have brought my sunglasses.
Yeah, we should have brought our sunglasses. That would have been a nice here.
Everyone looks very cool
Maybe
with
we
their
get a
sunglasses
tan.
in the crowd.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Thank you for joining me here. And as I said, I think we talked a lot about leadership and systems that need to be changed, but I want to ground this conversation in the data. What are we seeing in the numbers? And I think you're the perfect one to enlighten on that a bit. So I want to ask you, so CDP is the world's only independent environmental disclosure system. So since I think the 2001, they've gained a lot of environmental data. They know exactly how companies are moving forward, who are the laggers. And I'm curious, what do you do with all that data that's being disclosed by companies? What is the value that CDP creates?
I mean, I can tell you what we don't want to do with it, right? So what we don't want to do with it is that it ends up being somewhere in a drawer that nobody's looking at and just gathering dust. And basically, the whole effort that so many people are doing to actually do the data collection is in the end just for nothing. So that's the main mission that we're trying to do, is to make sure that that data is actually put to good use. And for that, you need to understand what the how is, essentially. So data for the sake of collecting data doesn't make sense. You have to understand what the problem is that you're trying to actually solve for, so that you can engineer what the data points that you need for concrete action actually look like. So it's about creating an understanding of what the problem is, instead of just collecting data points for the sake of collecting data points.
And if you're talking about good use, what would be an example of CDP putting their data to good use?
Yeah. So basically, companies have a choice. We were talking, the previous panel was just talking about short-term gains versus long-term. And humans are also not programmed to actually think long-term. It's going against our nature, in a way, to actually think in the long term. And when you think from a company's perspective, your CEO has two options. You can say, okay, I think about climate change, nature loss, all these issues. I can take this seriously, I can look at the data, and I can implement change based on the data, or I can just wait and see. Which I feel like we don't have so many, that's not really a way to do business, to just wait and see. And so for an organization, for a company, you can look at, on the one hand, securing your license to operate is actually taking those data points into consideration and creating a strategy, creating a structure within your organization for long-term growth and long-term success that is actually looking at those risks, but also looking at the opportunities that also lie in this data, whether that's developing new products, entering new markets, also attracting talent. So many people now want to work for an organization that actually cares about these topics. And now in Europe, we're in a talent shortage. And so actually making sure that those people are attractive and want to join your organization is one of the numerous opportunities that lie within the data.
Interesting. So when companies fill in, like the CDP assessment, they exactly know where their gaps are on water, on biodiversity, on forests. So they get a lot of insights into where they should focus on, I guess. Is that an example of how it works after they fill it in?
Essentially. So what we can also think, so what CDP's been asking these questions essentially before the CSRD, before these questions were actually being asked by various parts of economic stakeholders. And you can see within this historical data what the companies that are actually making progress against their goals, what do they have in common? So what are the things that they do to actually be able to make progress against the targets that they're setting themselves? Because what we're seeing right now is an increasingly high number of companies actually setting targets, but there's still an implementation gap between setting those targets and actually, making progress against them. And there are a few things that, when you look at this, long list of data points that we've been gathering for a very long time, you can see what the companies that are actually making progress on those targets have in common. One very clear one is where sustainability is actually integrated within their corporate structure. So we saw here CEOs on the stage that were taking climate change seriously. That's not necessarily the case for every single organization. And seeing that those topics make it all the way to the board level is one thing where, of course, if the highest levels of your organization take these topics seriously, you're more likely to see change down the line.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that you can see, okay, the companies that are actually making progress on those targets are the ones that are including sustainability in a very holistic way in their organization. At the same time, they're also the ones that are attaching management incentives to achieving those goals. So again, having someone care about it beyond just having it their daily work.
Yeah.
And there are countless other examples of what those leading companies are actually doing.
And I guess that's a great example of also really changing the structures people work within, because you cannot also hope a company will change if you don't change the systems that people work in. And I'm curious, if you look at, I guess, the laggers and the front runners, like, what do you see in the data? What is the biggest sort of barrier for organizations to take a first step on these topics that you measure through CDP?
I mean, it's a broad question, because there are a lot of different reasons why people kind of wait to take the first step. In Europe, in general, we're a pretty mature market when it comes to climate data. When it comes to nature-related data, there's still a very, very long way to go. But I think there is an increasing understanding that to have a proper climate strategy, you can't omit topics like water, like biodiversity, and look at them together in a holistic way. I think in many cases we also let perfection become a bit the enemy of the good. Is that the expression? I think so.
Yes, that is completely correct.
Which is saying, what I hear sometimes from organizations is, oh, well, yeah, I don't have any water data. We're not collecting this data. I don't have any biodiversity data. I don't really know. And therefore, I'm not going to actually build out a strategy. But I mean, you're not going to start a strategy if you don't actually start collecting the data on those topics. So waiting, we don't really have the time to wait for this. So what I would advise is to really start with, okay, what are maybe the central data points that you need, and then start somewhere, and hopefully that will also lead to action sooner than later.
And I think it also touches upon what Paul said about leaders having inertia, maybe like, okay, we just don't have the data, so where do we start? So I think that's a great tip, to just start collecting data. I guess CDP can also help with that, right? Taking that first step.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And if we look at the past 10 years, because CDP has had data since 2000, the year 2000. So I'm really curious, what have you seen as the biggest changes in the past 10 years in terms of companies moving forward? Since, I guess, the Paris Accord, that was around 10 years ago.
I mean, I had mentioned earlier, right, we're seeing an increasing number of market capitalization that's being covered under a climate target, but there's still a big gap when it comes to implementation. And that's where everyone kind of, I think I told you this when we were chatting earlier, that I was at a different conference, and the moderator asked the room, okay, who in this room has a climate target for 2030? And the whole room raised their hands, and then they asked, okay, how many people are actually on track to achieve it? And half the room put their hands down.
Okay, we won't ask that question here.
We won't ask this question here, but I mean, it's just the reality in which we're operating is that it's one thing to set a target, it's another thing to actually change your business model to actually be able to make progress and make real change. And that's a huge task ahead. And that's why it's so important to set concrete plans. And that's one thing that we didn't see 10 years ago is actually climate transition plans. 1.5 degree aligned climate transition plans. Also organizations engaging with their supply chain much more than they used to, where the majority of their emissions and their impact actually lies usually in their supply chain.
Yeah.
Is something that now we're also seeing the demand for these data points increase as well.
And you, I guess, obviously have a lot of conversation about plans and data. Paul also touched upon the human side and the mindset shift. I'm just curious, do you often have conversations about that too, or is it because you're so close to that data that it's mostly focused around that?
Yes. So I think what surprises me also being here and being at ChangeNOW also last year, and also in my conversations with CEOs, is that the language that they use has changed. That's true. So the language, also the education piece, like the topic of climate change has reached the boardroom, albeit still in a very specific way. And there's a long way to go to actually create this shift in thinking that also, I mean, Sandrine was talking about it, right? Is sustainability, and when you talk about sustainability, it's not just climate change, it's not just nature loss, it's also a full different way of operating within our economic system.
Yeah. Interesting. So it obviously goes broader than that. I have a closing question for you. We're going to look ahead. If we fast forward 5 years, what will investors, regulators, and society expect from companies that they don't demand yet today?
So one thing that we're hearing a lot from investors is, especially since now with a bit more volatile regulatory environment, that's not necessarily demanding specific data points. One data point is really looking at 1.5 degree aligned climate transition plans. That's something that investors need and want to be able to make more sustainable and long-term decisions looking at their portfolios. So that's one thing. The other thing is, again, a broken record, but I think it's probably good to play it.
The power of repetition.
Exactly. Is water data, biodiversity, nature data, integrating that in your sustainability strategies. This is something that investors are also increasingly asking for these data points more and more. And also to complement company-level data with product-level data as well, to slowly get an even deeper understanding of how a product actually is affecting the overall system, on top of obviously engaging with companies as well, but having those two pieces work in collaboration with one another.
Interesting. And I think that gives a good perspective of what is also coming our way. And I think CDP has an amazing stance to really get the data on that. And I will keep on following you guys. It's also very interesting to be helping companies with their CDP assessments. And I want to thank you for grounding us in the data, I guess, and seeing where companies are moving towards. So a warm applause for Ariane Colombe joining us for the closing session. Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for joining this session on business within planetary boundaries. I think we touched upon a lot. Planetary boundaries are obviously more than just the science. We talked about how CEOs are actually taking that into account in their strategies. We looked at the data side of it through CDP. And I think there's a lot of work to be done, but also, so as Thomas said, there's obviously a lot to be hopeful about. So I hope you enjoy the rest of ChangeNOW, find each other, chat with each other about these kind of topics, and I hope to see you soon outside there. Thank you.